The kind to make a smart man a fool. Calculated, take you right to school.
Right to school, baby.
And now I wanna follow all her rules.
Oh,
You know she got me coming back again. I lose my mind and phone a friend. I know this is the end. She got me saying, oh my, oh my, my. Wanna see you underneath the city lights, saying, oh my, oh my. Calling like an animal into the night. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Yeah. You know you're doing something to me. What you trying to do? What you trying to do? Hey, hey, Marjorie. Marjorie, baby. Hey. Hey, hey. Who's that girl named Caroline? That they be writing about all the time. 'Cause a rose by any other name will never ever be the same. And you know you are so fine. You got me singing, oh my, oh my. Wanna see you underneath the city lights, singing, oh my, oh my. Calling like an animal into the night. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Yeah. You know you do something to me. You know, you know, you know. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Come on, yeah. They got Agnes and Mary.
Who we got it
They
now?
got Tanya and Karen, but they still don't be comparing.
That's right.
And you know that I ain't sharing. Hey, Marjorie. Hey, hey, Marjorie. You know you do something to me. Hey, hey, Marjorie. Come on, girl. Hey, Marjorie. You know you do something to me. Hey, hey, Marjorie.
Can keep my hands on myself. Pick out dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Kiss my little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Got another mouth to feed. Leave it with the babies till the mama call the grave digger. Gone with the falling leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, I feel it still. We could fight a war for peace. Give in to that easy living, goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Stop flipping for my enemies. We could wait until the walls come down. It's time to give a little to the kids in the middle. Oh, till it falls, won't bother me. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. Yeah, your love is an abyss for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still.
The moth don't care when he sees the flame. He might get burned, but he's in the game. And once he's in, he can't go back. He'll beat his wings till he burns them black. No, the moth don't care when he sees the flame. The moth don't care when he sees the flame. The moth don't care if the flame is real. The flame and the moth got a sweetheart deal. And nothing fuels a good flirtation like need and anger and desperation. No, the moth don't care if the flame is real. The moth don't care if the flame is real.
Blim blim. Ha!
Come on,
Bafonada.
go,
What?
ready or not.
Unsolicited dick pics are not impressive. Oh, I forgot we added that. Oh,
I know
did we add that? I don't know. Is that something we did?
and with the fuse that
It's been so long since that's been added. Since that started appearing in my woo, in my Brexit, in my black. Sorry, I'm not sorry. The Dark Lord is here. I've been called fucked up quite a lot today, actually. Oh, we're listening to this song. Sorry, I've just put my headset on. It's a good song.
moth don't care if the flame burns low. The moth believes in an afterglow, and flames are never doused completely. All you really need is a love of heat. No, the
Hello.
don't care if the flame
App.
burns low.
You're not sorry, and that's the way we like it. Hello, Sweat Camp. How you doing, buddy? Have you tried drugs? Right off the bat, with those lovely personal questions, they're a bit weird. A bit fucking weird. Like, imagine opening. Wait. I'm gonna change over to some other music in a sec. Right? Imagine you've just got into work. You've just set up shop. You've gotten behind the till. You open the doors, and the first customer walks in, and he goes, "Hi! Have you ever taken drugs? Are you a dom or a sub? Have you ever done anal? How much money do you make? Do you have a good relationship with your father?" Yeah. Welcome to my world. It's quite fun, actually. Just because I'm just really bemused and just like... Do you ever wonder why you're gonna die alone? Because I don't. Sorry, was that a bit too harsh? Anita doesn't beat around the bush. Depends on whose bush. I will donate 5k if she doesn't make those farting noises for 10 whole minutes. Well, as far as I know, I haven't made any farting noises yet, so looks like the money's coming in. No, sweetheart, just so you know, breakfast, fuck off. I have Tourette syndrome. No amount of bribing or money is going to change my condition. So whilst that is a very lovely offer, I think you're probably going to find a lot more luck with some other lady on the internet. Imagine paying someone not to do something. Look, I'm a bloke. I'm a toxic bloke. Whoa, are we already on a hype train? Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I just tuned into that. I am so breakfast. Whoa! I am so breakfast. Something. What am I? I am a kitten. I don't know. I'm putting music on. Sorry, it's really hard to focus and know what I'm saying or thinking or doing or being. What am I even being right now? When you have someone interrupting your thoughts every 5 seconds with breath, of all things, breath. So let's put some music on. Let's be toxic. To the whammy on. There we go. Nice and chill. Hello. Hello, sailor. Can I announce something? Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna be having a few bevies with Paladin Amber. Yeah. Yeah, I like her. She's quite sweet. I've always liked her work. I've always liked her sense of humor. So, what's always been happening is I've messaged her once or twice on Twitter and been like, "Hi, I think you're cool and stuff. Would you like to hang out?" And she's like, "Yeah, we should totally do that." And I'm like, "Yeah, we should totally do that." And then nothing happens. So I'm like, "Fuck it. I don't really live off stream. I'll bring the people I want to hang out with on stream. That's what I'll do." So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get to know her tomorrow, hopefully. Riffy! How does Anya like the castle? She hasn't left it. She fucking loves it. I've never seen her take to anything as much as she's taken to that castle. Ariana the Terrible, thank you so much for the 16-month Prime. That's amazing. I thought you were streaming with her tonight. Damn these confusing time zones. Yeah, sorry. Are your ticks annoying? I don't know. Press 1 for butt fun. Press 2 if you think my ticks are annoying. I guess it's not really for me to say. Yep. I think most people here are simps. And they find my Tourette's to be, I don't know, quite unoffensive somehow. Sorry. It wasn't what I was thinking at all, I swear. Where did you get that mug? I don't know. There's some like weird fella on the internet who has them. I was just like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? I blended onto this channel one day. I was just like really confused. I was like, is this
Hi there,
poor
I
man's
watched
Greek?
Dr. K VOD yesterday and you seem very nice.
What's happening?
Call me a simp, but all you went through made me realize I can keep going and strive to be the better self. I don't want to sound mean, but sometimes you were really adorable. Also, we all love you.
Wow, thank you. That's so sweet. Who was that? Get out. We don't like breakfast here. GG Cyber. I actually got that one. Thank you so much for the tip, buddy. Get out. Get the fuck out. You saw me on Pornhub. Congratulations, you vegan bitch. Well, I won't ask what you were doing there. Or why you were looking for me.
Hello Anita Smile, how are you? This
Hi.
is actually my second time watching your stream and first time donation. I love your content and YouTube channel reactions. Greeting from Florida and don't know why I'm still up. Tongue, have a good day.
Whoa, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey Anita, I've been here for 14 months now. All good and still loving what you do.
What? Why? What's wrong with you? Thank you. Contemporary Enterprise. Cheers for the 14-month.
"13-month Anita hype, keep going and much love."
Thank you. Thank you for that, metal acid. Did your ticks ever get you in trouble with Twitch rules and stuff? No.
This is the first time I've followed and donated to a streamer before. I
Wow.
genuinely appreciate how genuine you are. Honestly,
you.
WTH, everything going on recently, your vids have helped me keep going. Thank you, Anita. I know it not much, but I wanted to do SMTH.
What's SMTH? Blech. Is that a drug? We don't do those here. Blech. We're good Christian PG-13 stream here. Whoa! Blech. Wow, there are so many
Poop.
donations. Thanks for the poop, dude. Blech. He's mature. Blech. He's an adult. Breakfast. Nakini, thank you so much for the tier 3 for 15 months. That's so sweet, honey. Get out. Hold the line. Hold the donations for a sec. I'd like to chat with chat for a sec. Is that okay, mods? Blue. I'm Blue. I'm on the wrong staff chat again. Okay. Understood. Loud and clear. I've got dick. Never fear. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Terrence. I think I slightly fear Terrence's dick. He says a lot of weird shit about it. But yeah, like, there's a lot of new people. Fuck off. Hi. I just want to say something real quick because breakfast. There's a lot of assumptions about Tourette syndrome. And I don't want to play into some weird lady fantasy. I'm not actually chasing simp coins. I joke about it, but I don't care whether or not you give me money. I'm not trying to appeal to you on a, I don't know. I'm not trying to make wankable content, okay? So in the interest of being honest and open and upfront, I'm gonna have to say some stuff. Tourette's is not when you say what you're thinking. And a lot of people think that I'm in this vulnerable position where I say exactly what I'm thinking and that I'm just a 100% transparent whamin, and that's an ultimate fantasy of a lot of men. A whamin who can't lie and be a bitch and run off with some Chad who's a bad boy, who's actually sucks because, not because I'm jealous or anything, because he just sucks. Why do women like bad boys? I'm just such a nice guy, a nice guy. Like, why doesn't anyone love me? Because, like, I am a catch, okay? Underneath all this Dorito dust, I am actually a king in the bedroom. There just needs to be a woman who sees my value. Like, those kind of guys, they're desperately attracted to the idea that I just can't help but blurt out what I'm thinking and that I'm some dirty girl with lots of sex on my mind. And that's just not what's happening. Okay. So if you're in chat right now going, I love this girl, she says what she's thinking. No, I don't. Tourette syndrome isn't when you can't help but blurt, you're self-conscious. It's just word salad. You don't know what's gonna get tossed up. Anything could be thrown up. I say the word kitten a lot when I'm not thinking about kitten. I'm not even thinking about dick. I'm not even thinking about, like, dick 45% of the time that I shout about dicks. Or fisting. Like, it's not the things that are on my mind. It's just, like, word salad. It really is. Like, my brain tries to travel from one thought to another in a straight line like you guys, and instead of going whom, it goes blam and just completely branches and touches lots of thoughts on the way. That's not the same thing. I say a lot of racist stuff, homophobic stuff, downright offensive shit, especially to my friends, yeah? That's not because it's what I think or feel. I'm not straight. Half my family is black. Like, I'm not racist or homophobic. These are not deep, dark, inner thoughts. I could just leave that stereotype hanging and not explain that to you guys because there are so many people who come here to squeeze their hog over this weird fantasy. But I think it's important to A, be an open book, be honest, B, not stigmatize people with Tourette syndrome, because if you think that we're saying what we're thinking, you might beat us up in the street for the shit we come out with, because it can be very inappropriate. So for those two reasons, I kind of feel like it's important to clarify. Yeah. So I'm not being transparent because I have a mental condition. I'm being transparent because I prefer to be a transparent person. But I do have such thing as privacy. There are things I'm not going to talk to you guys about. You know, everyone should have a private life, right? So, I thought I'd just clear that up because there are lots of new people. Please let go of your hog and read a little bit about Tourette syndrome if you're new. Thank you. We're cool to continue with the donos now. Thank you for waiting, fish.
This is better than therapy. Thank you for answering my questions. I've had some hard weeks and your streams help a lot. It puts a mirror in front of me and gives an honest but healthy view on life.
Thank you. That's awesome. Get out! Woo! Ha! What should we do today? I didn't actually plan. I wanted to, but some things fell through because I didn't sleep all night, and then I slept too long. I kind of passed out. I had a wank coma. It felt good. I actually had loads of dreams. That's what I had. I had like a dream about breakfast. I had a dream that I was a journalist.
You are inspiring.
Thank you. Holy shit. Queer Putin, I really appreciate that. I had a dream that I was a journalist looking for a house to live in, and I saw all these really cool, beautiful houses. They were so awesome. Draken, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. But I also had to find out why some people got murdered with a cheese grater, so that was rough. Really rough. I had to go to this like haunted place. It was like, I don't know what it was. I didn't even know what the place was. It was like a laboratory / college. And this ghost was giving me very unsubtle clues as to where to look for papers and records for my investigation. And I was expecting like some proper seance shit. I was like, okay, ghost, I believe you're real now. And I'm swinging towards whatever it is you're trying to tell me, okay? So I'm in this room, you switched on the light, you helped me get past the guards. Okay, so I want you to switch on a light if I should look for the letter A. Like there was like loads of folders and I was like, this is gonna take ages, but I need this ghost to help me. And a voice just out of the ether went, just look for Davidson, idiot. I was like, wow, that was direct. I was like, okay, I'm doing it. Up, up. Hip up. Are your tics just verbal or do you smash sometimes something? I haven't smashed in so long. I don't even smash sometimes. It sucks. But I do break things and spill things, and I do have physical tics. I move my legs and my arms, and I have facial tics. Yeah. Who's your smash main? I haven't had a main person to smash in a long time. I don't have a main. I don't even have a side smash. You know? I don't have a main, a side, or anything. Bafonada. Watched your video stream of Healthy Gamer. You know what I'm kind of annoyed about? Sometimes I just like being nice, because being nice feels good. I mean, most people in chat can relate to that, right? You give someone some chocolates or something and they go, this is good. And you're like, yeah, I know, right? You give a bunny rabbit a treat and their eyes kind of make that cute smiley face that bunnies do when they're like, oh yeah, this is so good. And you're like, yeah, it's really good. And you kind of enjoy it vicariously because you're just happy that they're happy, right? That's the thing we feel. It's called empathy, right? But now there are loads of people who've watched that Healthy Gamer episode and they're just like, your kindness is a symptom. You should love yourself. And every time I talk about doing something nice for someone, people are like, but you should love yourself too, okay? So I'm not doing this just because I'm dysfunctional. Kindness isn't just a dysfunction. It's not just something broken people do. I can have issues and like being kind as well. We all have issues and still love doing nice things for people. I'm pretty sure that everyone who gives a gift at Christmas isn't a perfect person with no problems. You know, we're all flawed. But my love for people is genuine. It's not just because I feel insecure. Just because we talked about some things that I feel doesn't mean that it's the root cause of all of my behavior ever. It was so funny as well because like I donated some money to his stream and everyone was like Pog and everyone was like really nice and then Dr. K was just like, see? She's just so broken. Typical Anita. I was like So yeah, like now I know what you guys feel when I'm just like, thanks for the money, simp. He didn't say so broken word for word. He was just like, see what I mean? I was like, I'm not doing this because I have issues. I just like the way that you do things, okay? I just think therapy is cool. Is that okay? Can I give you money because I'm in chat and not because I brought like He is amazing. Yeah, I had a lot of fun talking to him. I have no idea what I was saying that was making people say five-head, and I hope it wasn't mockingly. I hope it wasn't coming across as an absolute idiot. Because a lot of people were putting, she's so five-head! And I was like, is this ironic? Because I didn't feel like I said anything particularly smart at all. Well. It's because you're confident and know what you're talking about. Well, thank you. Honestly, I'm more aware of how much I don't know than how much I do. I kind of feel like you can't really know a topic to its fullest. Most things are far too complicated, far too vast. So I'm very tentative whenever I talk about how much I've researched because everyone has biases and everything can be wrong. So I'm very surprised that I come across as confident when I talk about stuff that I've read because I'm always worried that I haven't read it right or that I don't know enough about it yet or I might have just read a study that was wrong. Do you think that healthy streamer viewer parasocial relationships can exist? And what portion of your community do you think engages in such a relationship in an unhealthy manner? That's a good question. I kind of feel like you're a cuck. It's hard for me to say because I've never had a parasocial relationship with anyone, and I wouldn't like to speak for people who do experience that. Unfortunately, I'm only one person. There are 30,000 people in my Discord. There are usually about between 70,000 and 150,000 people who visit any one given stream. Not all at once, but over the course of the entire stream. So, from that perspective, how the fuck would I know how many of them are engaging with me in a mentally healthy way? That's something you need to do a study to even answer. Because I could talk to maybe like 500 of them if you gave me a few weeks. But even then I wouldn't be able to have like an in-depth conversation and psychoanalyze them. So I have no idea. How would you even be able to accurately answer that question for thousands of people? For the 800,000 followers also. I mean, 1 point something, I think it's like 1.5 million people like follow everything I have across all the stuff I'm on. How on earth would I be able to answer that for them? Also, breakfast. Do you like breakfast? I have a TikTok now. An official TikTok. How cool is that? I'm not really enthused by the whole cringy dancing thing though. I don't know. I think dancing's cool, but I don't know. Just feels like if I did that, people would take it as wankable content, which I'm trying to stay away from. Not because I think it's bad, just because it's not very me. So another person asked me, something that I wanted to answer. No, I lost it. Should we continue with the donos? And a cure for tics. Yeah, I actually know the cure for Tourette syndrome. I haven't shared it with anyone or used it myself. Because, you know, death threats and ridicule is fun. So I've decided not to cure myself or tell anyone. Because I'm a stellar person.
Hey Anita, just a random lurker. Almost 4 AM, haven't slept, playing Skyrim and listening to jams, then Electric Feel popped up on my song playlist and reminded me of you, Lamau. Decided to hop in and donate while I was at it. Love you. Keep up the good streams.
Wow, what a bitch. Thank you so much, bud. The Zinc, thank you so much for the 6 months. What have you done since Dr. K? Did I do Dr. K? Wow, it can't have been that memorable. I really don't remember that part of the stream. That's so weird. But I guess it's cool that I'm not banned.
Hello Anita. After the past few days, not only did I find out you can do more push-ups than me and can still sing well, you defeated your first marauder in Doom in 20 minutes, as I took me 2 days, thus making you better than me at 5 games now. Anita lol.
I'm really, really sorry. You know,
But
that's
also
a sad
I
state
found
of
out that you have
affairs.
received a lot of marriage proposals as well, and while I feel I'm not worth marrying now or any time in the future, here's £3 to wish you and everyone an amazing evening and a fun stream tonight.
Thank you!
Less than 3.
Wow! I appreciate it, bud. So, right, let's have a think. I'm gonna have like a little proper think. What are we gonna do for today's stream? Is it Wamian?
Listening to you talking about this is amazing and so educational. I love how you stand up for these animals. Thank you. Less than 3.
Alright, Triggerella, okay. I get it. I'm seeing all this shit too, but these are people, okay? They're not just animals. You know, I know they're really horny and rambunctious and shit, but they are actually people, believe it or not. It doesn't seem like it. Bleh. Chill. Okay. Humans are animals. Yeah, I know. I was the one who said that yesterday. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure that's an old, like, none of the donos got approved from yesterday.
For the chocolate fund.
Thank you. So I'm pretty sure these are old donos from yesterday morning when I was building the castle for my boom boom boom. I actually have a tick where, well, I have several bunny-oriented ticks. I have a tick where I go boom boom boom, hello boom boom boom. And also, oh, whenever I see Peter in the morning and he binkies, because he's been alone for like 7 or 8 hours, if I've been lucky and slept that long. And like, as I open the door, he's like, woohoo, it's treat time. And he does like a little leap in the air and he flicks his ears and stuff. He skitters a bit quickly. And that usually makes me immediately think, it's a baby bun on the floor. and he's bunning like he's never bunned before, and I get really into it. He's like, yeah, and he's running around, and it's just like a morning thing. We're just like super hyped. We're just ready to go. And then I get him his treats, and I make me some coffee, and then I sit here with my coffee after like this morning kind of like, whoa, this hype moment in the morning with my bunny, and I sit down here and I'm like, now it's the day. And I do a million forms and a million paperwork and I review things and brr. Oh, I should probably go on streamer milk. Wow, nutritious, delicious. Wow. Black, I am blacklist. Hear me what? What am I doing? Streamer mode.
Tomorrow's not filled with sorrow. It's my 21st birthday tomorrow. I'll be happy in this place. As long as I have a display right beside my face. Also, how are you, Anita?
Hey, Mark, that's a beautiful poem. I love all of the blip, all of the blip, all of the blip, all of the sellout. Whoa! All of the I love all of the people in chat who like help me. They're like, no, she's trying to do a sponsorship. That's cute. We need to help her along. That's it. You guys are amazing. Oops.
I used to speak only American. Since being here I am learning British and Urban Dictionary. What a channel.
Wow, yeah, you're welcome. This is educational. Wagwam. What does that mean again? Blip. Nekani, thank you so much. Whoa. Thank you. So
Hey
cool.
Anita.
Thank you so much.
Found your stream a while ago. Laughed a lot.
Wow.
Learned a lot.
Fucked a lot.
Thank you. Here is some for the Anita has to spoil herself more fund. Keep on being awesome.
Thank
Anita
you.
Heart.
I have no idea what to spend that on, but thank you. Bug.
I don't know if this has been asked before, but do you tick in your dreams? Thanks for being such a pro streamer. Anita Heart.
I do tick in my dreams, but I don't tick in my dreams if I am watching everything through the eyes of another person. Sometimes I'm a different person in my dreams. Sometimes I'm not me. Sometimes I'm a man or a little old lady. Sometimes I'm an animal. You know, and in these dreams, I don't tick. I am a passenger watching somebody else's story. But when I'm myself, I still tick and I get punished for having ticks in my sleep and stuff like that, so.
I know you try hard to entertain all of your audience, and I'm sorry we can be rude sometimes. As compensation, although it isn't much, I'm sure you'll use it to help yourself, your mum and your buns. With much love. Simpa 2004.
Thank you. Blop. Wow, I appreciate that. But I'm having trouble remembering things. Like I remember what I'm gonna say in response, and then I just can't. Oh, try hard to entertain all of your audience. To be honest, I'm not trying that hard. I usually blunder on here, and I'm just like, morning. I'ma have some coffee. We're gonna figure out what's gonna happen. Hi. And you guys watch it, and I don't know why. I stream with a bunny cam? The thing is, they're bunnies. You can't get wires anywhere near them. I don't know how
I
to
just
achieve that.
burnt my Hawaiian pizza. Guess I should have cooked it on a low temperature.
Thanks for that. Are you a dad, Tipsy Tom? That's some proper dad humor right there. That is like 3 kids and no more hopes and dreams kind of humor. Bleh. Should I take medication? I don't know! I'm not a doctor! I'm a random
There
woman on the
once was a
internet with
girl
no
called
qualifications
Anita, who made it
relevant
big
to your
being a
physiology.
streamer. The guys got all thirsty, but that wink wasn't flirty, it was just a part of severe coprolalia.
Oh, no. Whoa. As much as you're a failure, as much as you're a very creative dude, Mr. Markimus, coprolalia is not when you... Coprolalia is the kind of tick that's verbal. It's shit talking. It's verbal. So this would be a motor tick.
Last stream was really awesome. It was great to see Anya enjoying her new castle Anita heart.
That's great. Yeah, she really loves it. I've never seen her love anything as much as she loves that castle. She hasn't left it. Is this like... No, this is not breakfast. This was... Can we stay on my playlist, please, YouTube, so that I can actually use my clips? Thank you. I appreciate that. That was legitness! How was your stream, Bryce? The castle you made for yourself is amazing. Fuck you.
Keep
It is actually
spreading
really
positivity.
cool,
You're a wonderful human being.
Do you like rainbows? I like rainbows. Wow, was that Terrence being positive? Thanks for suggesting that. Like, I find that Terrence is really suggestible. Like, if you mention the word Tourette's, I'm more likely to tick. That's how suggestible it is. I ain't streamed yet, homie. Oh, okay. Breakfast. Oh, you're downloading. Good luck with that, buddy. Let's see you in a million years. We'd love to see you in high res. Let me give you 500 to buy you a better cam, okay? I have an awesome cam. I just have a problem with tech curses and very, very little time. So friends have, and photographers and all sorts have changed my settings, and all you guys do is complain about them. There doesn't seem to be a way for me to have a good stream. I guess it just has to be scuffed. I'm using a £700 DSLR camera. I attached, like, someone was kind enough to buy this really fancy lens, and no matter what I do, no matter what settings I adjust, the camera just goes blurry. Does not focus. I did photography for years. I know how to focus a camera. Just doesn't like this lens. Like, I just don't know what to do. Like, it will take me like 5 hours. Other people have been like, nah, you're just not tech savvy. I know what I'm doing. And they've come around and they've like fiddled with it for 3 days. And everyone still complains. I don't know what it is. It's the lighting. Your ISO is too high, therefore the noise. Nope. I've turned down the ISO, turned up the ISO. I have messed with both. Does not achieve a single fucking thing. Sorry. But yeah, let's not, because you know what? You know what chat does? Whoa! They go, well, I, the expert madam, will come in and say if you have you tried switching it on and off again? Have you tried doing this long-winded, complicated thing that won't achieve anything? Because I'm sure it will achieve something this time, I swear. And everyone will suggest a million things that do not work or I've already done. So let's not. Maybe the camera's fucked. Try a different model. No, it's not.
I'd love to see a bunny castle cam on stream, but that would probably just be another piece of equipment to get wrecked by the tech curse.
Yep. The thing is, I would love to do it, genuinely love to do it, but I couldn't be the one to set it up because, yeah, I have a tech curse. Equipment will just break on me, will just pop. I held my neighbor's strimmer for 5 minutes and it immediately just died. Like, I do it to light bulbs constantly and all sorts, and even if I got it set up, the bunnies would just chew the wires and it would be over. Like, you'd see the bunnies for like 5 seconds, hear a chewing noise, and then it would just cut out. So even if there was, by some miracle, even if it was set up, they'd just tear it down.
I just wanted to shout out a recent friend I made on your Discord. Thanks Ramsey for being the funniest dude I've met. Hope you're doing okay.
Oh.
Respect, slaps chest.
Is that how you respect people these days? Because I've respected a lot of dudes, if that's the case. Because Terrence likes to smack people up the tit. He's just like, oh, hi! Psh! And he like smacks it so that like the tit goes blilim a little bit. So I've smacked a lot of dudes up the tit, including people I don't know. Yeah, feminism. That's the thing. Like, Switecamp knows, because the sad and most unfortunate aspect of that is usually when I do it, I go, psh, feminism, or feminism. So like, I'm out there in the streets giving feminists a good name. Giving them that PR they desperately need. Because everyone loves them so much already. But I thought I'd help them out a little bit, you know?
Before you talked about the cesspit story the other day, I thought a cesspit was a town called Newton.
No, it's a hellhole, and lots of people drown in them every year. They're actually really dangerous. Because cows, like one small farm will produce more shit than the entirety of New York. Like, that's how much shit a little, because cows are big. They have 4 stomachs to fill. So they poo and they poo and they poo. And as a result, you get these lagoons, full-on lagoons, made of shit. And because it's just a waste pit, they'll throw dead bodies in it, and they have to manage it with like corrosive acids and things so that it doesn't become like explosively dangerous. So it's full of really, really gross stuff. And it produces lots of fumes as everything in it decomposes. And these fumes can knock you the fuck out. It's like a punch, you know? And as a result, so many people die in them because you get near them and the noxious gases knock you the fuck out and you drown. Yeah. And whole families die that way. Like, one farmer will fall in his shit lagoon because the fumes overwhelm him, and like his dad will go, I'll save you, son, and try to pull him out, and then his son, you know, will come and try to pull him out, and then their mother will come out and be like, oh my god, and they'll all just get knocked out and die by breathing in shit and rotting dead body stuffs. Yeah. Lots of people have died. A lot more people have died for your steak than you think.
This is my first time in your stream. I found your YouTube a few days ago and can't stop watching. You are very inspiring and have a beautiful soul.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You'll be Screech. Thank you ever so much.
Chinese, pizza or chippy? What should I get? Hungry AF. Also, you're pretty as fluff.
Thank you. I reckon you should be get something with what the right. So with Chinese food, they're really, really good at frying their vegetables. They keep them crisp and crunch, but flavor them well. I would suggest try some salt and pepper stir fry. Like I like salt and pepper stir fried tofu. With tofu. Oh, it's making me salivate. So salt and pepper, they fry it with vinegar and chilies and soy sauce, and they create this kind of like this dry, semi-spicy coating. And they also do it with chips as well. Salt and pepper chips from Chinese are just, the best chips I've ever fucking had. So I would go with Chinese, try some salt and pepper chips, get something with some veg in it. Doesn't matter what else you have it with, but make sure it's got some stir fry so you get some nutrients in you. Nothing makes me happier than seeing people eat things that are good for them. You get some greens in you. I love me some crunchy water chestnuts. Salt and pepper chips are amazing. You know! So many people don't even know that they exist.
Anita, can you check Discord DMs off stream? Also chat, Anita's birthday is coming up, so don't forget to donate,
Whoa.
sub, and buy merch for this lovely lady.
Thank you, Dog Monk. Get out. I've got to say though, Brexit. I gotta weigh though. I gotta say though, it's not anywhere near my birthday. It's very nice of you if you want to donate, and thank you so much, but yeah, it's not my birthday. I turn 30 in July, and I don't really know what to do. I never really celebrate my birthday. Can I tell you something? Can I let you into a secret? This is how insecure I am. Why am I telling you this? I don't invite people out to do things with me because I always get scared that I'll invite like 30 people to do something cool and none of them will show up, and on the day that I want to just celebrate having lived for a year, I'll actually just be the architect of like the biggest "fuck you, nobody loves you" message I've ever known in my life. And so I know all these friends, and I have all these people that I think are amazing, and I'm too scared to even ask them to hang out sometimes because I'm like, what if they say no and I feel sad? So I just don't birthday. And that's happened so many times. Do you know what I did to get around it a few years ago? I think it was like for my 27th or 28th or something. Or maybe my 29th, I don't know. But I have all these friends who I used to do volunteering with and animal work with, and we used to have these crazy secret parties just for us, right? And they were just so loopy. I've got some weird stories. I woke up in fields in my underwear and shit, just like, not because I mated anyone. I don't even know what happened. But it wasn't a mating situation. It was just I think we all got a bit too carefree for a minute there. But like, don't want to ass. Maybe I got abducted by aliens. I don't know. What I did was I invited a few people that I think are really awesome to come out to a board game cafe. One of my favorite cafes that I've ever been to is this board game cafe in Exeter. That's it. I love it there. I never really get to go very often. So I invited everyone after, because I knew they were doing some volunteering of their own. They're doing stuff I don't really do. I was like, I know they're all going to be done at this time. I'm going to go hang out with them after. So I invited them to the board game cafe. I was like, why don't we all chill after? I just happened to be swinging by, and like nearly everyone came, even people I didn't even fucking know, right? And I texted a few people while we were sat down, and I was like, I know a few friends who are in the area, do you mind if they join us? And they were like, yeah, go for it. And we had a fucking rocking time. We had an amazing time. Everyone was laughing, and it wasn't about me. I think that made it like less pressuresome, because like one of the things I don't like about birthdays is it's like everyone comes to see you, and I didn't like the idea of just being sat there and everyone gathering around just to. I didn't like the idea of going, me, everybody, I'm here, shower me with gifts and pay attention to me and give a shit about my age for no reason. So I liked that we were just enjoying each other, and there wasn't like this pressure or context of like bringing me any shit. But one person ruined it at the end, in a really lovely way though, because he's overly generous, and he just dumped this massive Santa's sack in front of me. I was like, what the fuck is this? And he's like, I happen to know it's your birthday, so I bought you all this chocolate, and it like weighed the same as me. Like there was a bag, like it could have been my dead body in the bag. Like that's how much chocolate there was. Like as I was opening it, I was like, did you bring me like the head of my enemies or something? Why is this so heavy? And everyone's like, wait, it's your birthday? I was like, no. But yeah, there was so much chocolate. Now, there are these things called Vigo bars. They're like hazelnut chocolate, and they're like this thick by this thick. They're like bricks of chocolate, and it's really soft and melty and like rich, like hazelnut spread, and they're like so fucking good. And like they were stacked like gold bars at the bottom of the bag, just like there was so many of them. Like it was like you literally bought me my weight in chocolates. So many good chocolates. Yeah, if you haven't tried a Vigo bar, do it. It's hard to find like, well, actually, I thought it would be harder to find like really rich dairy-free chocolate because I'm really lactose intolerant. But nope. Actually, we've come really far in like food replacements and shit. Like sometimes in the free from section, because my mom's allergic to everything, like I'll pick something up and it'll be like, this is rice, gluten, air, solid free shit. Like this has got like this is just made out of ether, and it has somehow it tastes fucking good. Like you expect it to taste like cardboard or ass, and it actually tastes amazing. It's like, this is actually better than food. Like, what is this made of, and why is it better than food? I need to check this out. I can't have lactose. Yeah, try out Vigo bars. They're so good. So when I was a little kid, I used to have eczema really badly, and I found out it was a dairy intolerance. And when I used to go see my grandma used to be really worried for me, and she was like, "You need your nutrients. You need a glass of milk." And I'd sit there and have a sip of milk, and I'd be like, "Ugh, everything in me is saying this tastes horrible." And she's like, finish it for your nutrients." And I'd be like, and then like I would. All of my skin would just be red raw in the morning. I'd look like a burns victim really badly. And they were like, "See, it's because you don't get enough nutrients." And in the morning they'd make me a cheese sandwich with like butter in it. And I'd just be like so I'm so glad I figured it out when I was 16. I figured it out. And I haven't had anything with dairy in it since. And I used to heel to my bed sheets and have to tear myself off them in the morning. The nooks of my arms, underside of my neck. Like one time I got an infection because it was bleeding so badly, the wound, and it just wouldn't heal from the eczema. So I got an infection and was in hospital for ages. That's how bad it was. Just needed to give up dairy, and I have my life back. It's amazing.
Do you know if it's common for people with Tourette's to not tick when they are other people or things in their dreams? Or are you special?
I don't know. I haven't really asked anyone else about it. It's a really common question. I do wonder why people are so curious about my dreams. But yeah, it might be that because engagement is a thing. Like, one of the things Dr. K was really interested in with my condition was that he said that it's like an input-output system. So when there's a high amount of input, like emotional stress, distractions and things, my Tourette's gauge fills up and I'll tick more. But if there's an output where I can like put out that energy in some way through focus or exercise, through things that I'm really interested in or really heavily paying attention to or focused in, I can convert that energy into stuff that I can actually intend to do instead of having ticks. So there's an inward-outward flow, and I've never really seen it that way, but it's a really great way of saying it. So if I have something to do with my brain's energy, I tick less, but if I don't, then all of that input comes out as ticks. So I'm guessing that when I'm a completely new person in my dreams, maybe it engages my brain differently to when I am myself. And maybe that's why. Maybe I'm not special, and maybe it's just about input and output.
Hi Anita, hope you're having a great day.
Thank you. I am, because I'm here with you guys. Someone just said, "I think you have daddy issues." Don't use that word. Only awful people use that word. Like, don't be a piece of shit. I know that's a very blunt thing to say, but daddy issues is a way of looking at someone's trauma and blaming a woman for something a man did to her. Okay? If someone is traumatized or having behavioral problems because of their childhood, shaming them by going, "Ew, daddy issues," is such an awful way to interact with someone. If you see someone in pain, treat them with empathy. And if you can see the source of that pain, treat them with empathy. But maybe you're just making an assumption. Maybe you're not qualified to guess whether someone's identity or behavior or beliefs has anything to do with their parents. Could be anything. And being that presumptuous as well is very off-putting too. So that it doesn't benefit you, and it doesn't benefit anyone that you're interacting with to use that term. It's just a shitty term.
Sorry if it's a stupid question, but if you had a baby, would it have a higher chance of having Tourette's?
No. Well, it depends on what you read, because I've read studies that say that you're more likely to have it if there's someone in your family with it, but I've also read that it has nothing to do with hereditary genetics whatsoever. So it is genetic, but not in a hereditary sense. Believe it or not, you get random spawn genes. You get lottery genes. You get a lucky dip of genes when you, at conception, it doesn't just make you 50% daddy and 50% mommy. It gives you some random traits. And sometimes those genes, there's specific genes within that group that can manifest differently among people with Tourette's, and we tend to have a gene in common. Even though Tourette's can not manifest for many, many years, you might not have any symptoms of it until your teens or your adulthood in some cases, and some in your childhood. There is a gene we tend to have in common. But for other people, it can be brain trauma or actual emotional trauma that cause the beginning of tics. So there are so many factors, so many, that it's impossible to say for sure. And it's not a very well understood disorder. Well, syndrome. There we go. Did your mum smoke? No. She gave up when she found out she was pregnant. And didn't pick it back up again after. If your mental health is in a better state, are the tics less present?
Hi Anita. Thanks for the streams. I often run away from feelings by playing games or other short-term stuff instead of feeling it. Any thoughts?
Give me a sec. So someone asked another question. What was that? Oh, better mental health. No, I was depressed for 13 years, and in that time I ticked less. My condition actually got worse after I started to feel better mentally. And I have a strong suspicion it's because an overproduction of dopamine is one of the causes of tics with people with Tourette syndrome, and you have an underproduction of dopamine when you're depressed. So I think that when my neurotransmitters went back to a normal rate, the symptoms of my condition were exacerbated, or at least that's my theory as to why it progressively got worse as I hit my 20s, and then slowly got even worse after I got happy. So I had quite severe tics when I first started going out into the world and, you know, connecting with people and being social. And then a year or two later, I think it was 2 years later, I started streaming. I think for the past 5 or 6 years, my tics have been pretty extreme. As for that question, running away from your feelings with games and short-term stuff instead of feeling it, I would say it's good that you recognize that, and that's a great first step, but you really do need to connect with your feelings. It's okay to feel them. The thing is, if you distract yourself, it doesn't actually take the feeling away. It just means that you don't handle the source of it. The thing is, if there's an elephant in the room and you just turn your back on it, it grows and grows until it fills the room and crushes you. You can't really deny your feelings or escape them. You can't run away from them. They're in you. They go wherever you go. So basically, when you play your games, there's that thing sat there knocking at the door constantly, loudly, pressing down on your life and your mood. You haven't really escaped from it. You've just stopped it from being dealt with, and you've stopped it from ever going away. Let it in, embrace it. Feeling isn't that bad. Feeling isn't going to destroy you. Feeling is the cure. Like, feeling is the cure for feelings. If you're angry, sit with that feeling. Let it come in. Look at it. Analyze the way it feels in your body. Analyze the things that cause that emotion. See if you can justify that emotion on a logical level, or if it's something you need to work on within you. You know, be there with your feelings. Talk to them. Because they're never going to go away until you do. And they're never going to change or be constructive. And it's all energy. This is the thing. Like, this is, even my negative emotions, I never fear them. It's like when bad things happen to me, I go, oh man, I'm going to be sad for a while. I think I'm going to plan for the next 3 days to watch some movies, eat some ice cream, and do slightly less on my list. Because I've got to look after myself. I know I'm going to feel. And then I get past those 3 days, and it passes, and I go, cool. And I get on with my life. Whereas if you go, oh, this is sad, I'm going to avoid it by playing games and not facing it, it just waits there for you until you're done with your games. Waits there for you till you've sobered up. It waits there for you until after you've gone out and hung out with your friends. It's just always following you, quietly. So yeah, you haven't escaped your feelings, bud. You're holding on to them. Every time you distract yourself, you're marrying those feelings that you hate the most.
Hello, long-time viewer, first time donating. Love what you're doing here on Twitch with talking about interesting topics and sometimes playing games, but anyway, keep up the great work, Anne Hathaway. Kappa. #dead meme.
Thank you so much, Rogue. You say you have to engage in emotions. Yes, you do. You don't necessarily have to let them affect your actions, but you do have to have, like, part of being an adult is knowing how to process your feelings. Because your feelings can either be the thing that destroys you, the thing that constantly eats away at your life, and it's always going to be part of your life. So you're the one who decides whether or not your emotions are going to be great for you or shit for you. Like, you're going to choose the difficulty setting on your life. Right? Is it going to be hard mode or easy mode? And one of the things you get to decide about that is how you deal with your emotions. You don't get to choose whether or not you feel them. They're instincts. Your emotions are instincts. You inherited this shit from lizards, okay? You have like this tiny little part of your brain called the it's lightly referred to as the lizard brain. And I believe it's where like the hypothalamus is and like the center for your pleasure and your fear response, your anger response, these sorts of things, you know, because the animal that gave you this existed billions of years ago. This is like the most highly sculpted, trained aspects of survival behavior ingrained in you after millions, perhaps billions of years of evolution, right? It's wisdom. It helps keep you alive. It helps keep you seeking out a mate, seeking happiness, making babies, eating food, doing sleep, you know? It keeps you doing all the cool shit, right? So it's there, it's useful. It's good for you to an extent, right? It's meant to be there. So you gotta choose whether or not you're gonna work against it and have that constant battle to fight, or use it to your advantage and help it be a constructive aspect of your existence. So the way that I make sure that emotions are good for me is that I see them as energy and I decide what I'm going to do with that energy. When I'm happy, woohoo! I want to go and make someone else smile. And I have a little bit of a binky and I get all excited and I want to go over to someone and be like, ah, I'm happy. Now you're going to be happy with me. And I make jokes and I use that energy to be fun with them. That's my first urge, is to spread it. I've got some energy, I'm gonna spread it. And when it spreads, it amplifies. Like if you're laughing at something, show someone else. Because it becomes twice as funny when you see other people enjoy it too. That's why people laugh harder in an audience. When I'm angry, I sit there with the emotion. See, negative emotions are a bit more challenging. So I sit with my anger quietly. The thing is, the reason why I have training with doing really good with emotions is because I have tick emotions. So I don't always choose what I feel. Wow, unless it's dick. I feel dick. You don't really choose what you feel when you have emotional tics. So sometimes I'll get a wave of anger that has no context. I will be furious. I will be shaking with rage. the heat will leave my hands and feet, and it will coalesce in my chest. These emotions, this anger, this pressure, this heat will all zoom into the chest area and create a squeeze and a pressure and a pounding of my heart. And I can feel my brain warming up, but not in a good way, not in a tingly way, in a fire kind of way. And the thing is, your brain tries to contextualize the shit you're experiencing. So it goes, this is anger. What inflamed us? There must be something. And sometimes my brain will just go, you're the problem. And it'll go, that fucker moved your table salt. Who the fuck does he think he is? In my brain. Like, because it's going, there must be a reason. We're rational, so there must be a reason why we're angry, right? It's that motherfucker with the table salt. What the fuck, dude? Right? And there'll be this inner table salt rant, right? But what I've learned growing up is to go, wait a minute, you experienced anger. This could be an irrational thing. I don't know. I'm no expert, but this might be an overreaction. So rather than making a fool of ourselves right now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on how this anger feels until it dissipates. We're going to completely distract ourselves from what's going to making us angry. Let's get out of this situation. Let's go for a walk. Let's leave table salt guy with his fucking table salt, right? We're going to go for a walk. Yeah. We're going to feel this anger, okay? So it's in the heart. How does the heart feel? And I start thinking about it on a scientific level, and I just run with the physical sensations of it and leave all the logic behind. I'm like, I can feel my heart pounding, and it makes me really aware of the blood in my skin. And it's crazy to think that this is what's being alive. And it's crazy to think this emotion is part of existence. I am the universe being angry right now. That is a little blip in my collative data of the experience of this world. That's beautiful. I'm gonna feel my heart pump. I'm gonna feel the blood in my skin. I'm gonna feel the heat travel to different places in my body according to my mood and marvel at it all until it passes. Because this is kind of cool, even if it's inconvenient. And I distract myself with an observational kind of in the moment. Yeah, anger's kind of a cool thing to know. And then I come back and go, yeah, humans experience anger. That's going to be a thing I have sometimes. And then when it's past, I will look back at the source and go, so, now that you're calm, are you still angry at the guy with the table salt? Was he a dick with the table salt? No, he just wanted some fucking flavor. It's like, cool, now we're gonna move on with our day. And that's it. That's how I deal with like random emotions that are negative, is I assess them. Because I have to, because not all of them are rational for me. Sometimes they're just brain going, sensation time, and nothing to do with the world. And I don't want to ever victimize anyone by overindulging an emotion that has nothing to do with them and their behavior. And sometimes when I feel sad, I want to burst into tears, and I feel shaken with grief over nothing because it's a tick. So I just sit there, and sometimes I'll cry while I'm playing computer games. Like, I'll have like a tear roll down my cheek, and I'll be like, nah, this is tick sad. Nothing is actually sad right now. And I will look at the sensation in my body and go, this is kind of weird and cool. This is a feeling. I am a human, cool. And then I carry on playing games and it passes. If you don't indulge in emotion, it doesn't grow. If you just run with it and let it go through you, you don't amplify it. So it passes really quickly. But if there is something making me sad, I look after myself. I go, yeah, it's normal to feel this way about a thing. If I walked up to someone and they went, yeah, my cat died, I'd be like, I'd expect them to cry and have a hard time for a while, you know? So I can do that too. I can have a hard time. How can I take care of myself? And I just picture all the shit I would do for a friend and then try to do that for me. Usually I just, you know, try not to do too many things, try to add some stuff I really enjoy to the day, and just generally take it easy. You know, this is emotional maturity. That's how it works. And I feel grateful for the times I get positive emotions, like happiness, as a tick. That's such a gift. That's so beautiful. And I'm lucky that I get tick emotions because it helps me to practice handling them for difficult situations, high stress situations. And that's why I was able to deal so well with rescue work, where I had to deal with people doing illegal things. Because sometimes you get call outs to people who are breaking the law, who are very dangerous and angry. And I've had to deal with people burning animals alive and, you know, threatening to kill me and, you know, being violent and spitting on me and, you know, picking me up by my neck and things like that. And, you know, trying to run my friends over and stuff like that. People who are very, very mean because, you know, good people don't hurt animals. So In those moments, I was able to be calm and engaged with what was happening and, you know, go, okay, it's normal to feel angry and sad, but right now I can't look at that feeling. I'm going to put it aside. I can feel it later. Right now, the objective is the main point of focus. And after, I'll be full of adrenaline and I'll be shaking a little bit and just like, wow, that was a thing that happened. And I'll sit down and my emotions will flood in a quiet moment, and then I'll feel sad. And then I'll want to cry because bad things happen to an animal or to my friends or me. And then I'll want to feel rage at this person for doing something so terrible. And I'm like, yeah, this is normal to feel. This is what a human would feel after that. And I just sit with it and I experience it and I think about all the stuff that made me feel that way and how I want the world to change. And I direct that anger as an energy that doesn't stand for how things are and wants it to be better. Rather than being vengeful, I take it as the motivation to want things to be better. It's a discomfort with how things are. So I see that as beautiful and motivational, if you let it be. And see, this is how I process my emotions. I am grateful for them. I think they're awesome. And I also don't think that anyone is emotionless. Anyone who tells you they don't feel emotions is usually disassociated from them. Usually numbness, like with depression. If you get so much depression that you go numb, it's not because you stopped feeling sad, it's that your body just cannot acknowledge what it's feeling anymore. Because it's too much to bear. It's a coping response. Your body just goes, nope, can't handle it, too sad, and just completely stops registering what you're feeling. But the feeling doesn't go away. You're still depressed. You just can't actually process the things you're experiencing. I've met plenty of people who've gone, I'm numb, I don't feel emotions. And they usually have breakdowns because that build-up of unaddressed experiences and feeling just hits them all at once. It gets too much. Feelings don't go away. They sit there and grow until you address them. So yeah, I'd say part of me being an adult and being a happy human and loving my existence is how I observe and interact with my feelings. And that's not something that is, I don't think emotional intelligence is just a womanly thing or just an adult thing. I learned a lot of this growing up. I learned a lot of this from childhood, and some of it in really unhealthy ways. Like when I was a kid, I was alone, and sometimes I was so isolated, it was torture. We interrogate people by isolating them. You know, that boredom and sadness is maddening. People who are put in isolation in prisons for too long experience permanent brain damage. Permanent brain damage. So it is traumatic to be alone, especially in developmental years. I was so achingly alone when I was young, and I used to get mad, and I used to have tick rage too. And I remember one day I picked up all of my stuff and I just trashed my room because I knew no one was going to stop me. And by the end of it, it didn't make me feel any better. I didn't feel release. I didn't release any anger. I just felt more alone because nobody cared. I could be so devastated that I could destroy everything around me. And all I'd be left with is the same silence after. No one cared how I felt. No one cared that my stuff was broken. No one worried about thumping and crashes in the room. I was a child completely ignored and alone, and I felt more alone when I realized just how extreme my actions could be. And no one would care. So I bottled up my anger because it made me feel lonely. My anger had only ever been a demonstration of how little people gave a fuck. It was benign to express it, so I bottled it up and I was in denial about it. One of my therapists pointed it out because I was angry that my mom went for years without a diagnosis of something very blatant. For 10 years we tried to get a diagnosis. We moved, got a new doctor, and this lady doctor found her tumour within 2 weeks. Right? So this whole time she just wasn't being believed, and it caused her so much damage, which meant that she couldn't be a mother, and she couldn't be a scientist, and she couldn't be all the beautiful things that she was capable of being. And it enraged me. And I was rambling about it. I was just like really angry, right? And then she went, so how does that make you feel? And the minute I tried to look at that anger, I calmed down. And I went, oh, you know, I don't think any of those doctors really meant to hurt my mom. I think they probably became doctors because they wanted to make people's lives better. And I don't know why they missed it, but I know that random strangers don't just hate on people and want them to die. So I don't think this was malicious. So really, I think I'm not really an angry person. I think I'm just gonna let it go. And she was like, really? Because you sounded really angry. You sounded really angry just then. I was like, really? I don't remember that. And genuinely, I didn't. I didn't. She had to explain back to me what just happened because I had detached myself from my anger so wildly. It was just such a scary thing to acknowledge. And it was all there, ready to bounce out whenever I talked about what happened to my mom, or what happened to the animals that I saw in my rescue work, what happened, you know, in all sorts of situations in my life. I was ready to rage. It was there inside me. I just couldn't look at it, couldn't know I had it there, couldn't see it. And it was there growing, destroying my life, making me feel sad, defeated, alone. Unaddressed, like a little monster getting fed. But I just could not connect with it. I just did not know it was there. And quite often that's what emotionlessness is. Really, it's not the absence, it's the
Simp chance increased by 0.00000000000001%. Keep going, you beautiful woman.
Thank you. I appreciate that, bud.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Thank you. I think Tarts agrees. Thank you. Truffle fries, is it selfish to leave your friends because you can't handle shouldering their mental issues when you're shouldering your own mental health issues? No, I think that's actually quite considerate in some cases. If you explain yourself. Like, this is the thing. So, like, there is a difference between just ghosting your friends and them not knowing why when they need you. They're like, I'm struggling and I don't know how to cope with this and I need to talk about it with someone, and they try to unload on you and you're like, and you just back off. That can seem to, like, I know plenty of people who are feeling lots of anxiety and depression who will read into that and go, oh, I'm a downer and I just drive people away because I'm sad and I should never talk about it again. And they internalize it. I don't know if you could ever relate to that, like feeling like a burden when you talk about how you feel, but when people withdraw, when you reach out to them, it could definitely feed that assumption that you're just an inconvenience to everyone. So when I've been really stressed and barely been able to socialize and someone's tried to come to me, I've gone, I wish I knew what to say. I wish I could help you right now because I have so much empathy for you. And normally I would have so much to contribute, but I haven't slept. I'm feeling kind of crazy. I don't know if I can process my issues very sound and logically right now. So I don't think I'm the best person to come to help you right now. But I wish I could be, and I hope you understand. And if I think of anything that can help you in the meantime, I'll get back to you. But I don't want to engage with this unless I can genuinely be of help. And the reason why I explain it like that, and I've only had to do that once or twice, is because I want them to know they're not driving me away with their sadness. And I feel lucky and honoured that I'm someone they'll trust that sadness with. I know it can be really hard to reach out, but I also know that I want to be at my best and I actually want to be positive if I'm going to engage with someone else's problems. And if I'm barely coping with my own and not in a position to do that, I want them to know why I'm pulling away. Communication is key. I think sometimes even the most basic stuff, sometimes we just forget to tell people we love them. So, like, it's important to tell people how you feel. It's not as obvious as you think. You're there with your inner monologue. You know how you feel. But that's not as apparent to everyone else. So people tend to understand your behavior through a lens of their own insecurities and a lens of their own experiences. They're not going to understand you because of what you do. So you have to explain it. And that's the best possible way you can maintain connections even when you're finding life hard. The Angry Rebel, thank you so much for the 4 gifted subs, bud.
Hi, I watched a Dr. K VOD with you yesterday. You seem to be very awesome and nice.
Thank you.
Number 1 here will leave you smile for your B-Day, maybe B-Day stream, or meet and greet. Also, if you don't mind, maybe do a 1-2k channel points reward. That means you get something sweet, lol. D.
I would be very big if that was the case. People would constantly make me... It would become a mukbang. There's a massive plate of chocolate in front of me. I still have that chocolate here on the desk in front of me, actually. There is more. I was like, that was good. And I just folded it over and just put it to the side again. When you said people ran over your friends, you didn't mean that literally, did you? Yeah? I did mean that literally.
I just wanna say I struggled for ages trying to find something that rhymed, and I felt proper smart when I managed to use coprolalia. Well shit, ha ha ha.
It was still a great poem. And thank you for the tip, buddy. Were they standing in the street? No. No. So I did a lot of different kinds of rescue work. And the thing with it is that usually the kinds of people who hurt animals for various reasons, there's all sorts of reasons why people, lots of illegal things. People do dog fighting, people do cockfighting, people do fox hunting, people burn animals alive on barbecues. People not only train animals to fight each other, but they also just go out into the world and like dig up animal holes and just tear animals apart with their terriers for fun. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that that goes on in my country. And sometimes you get called out to the thing happening, but other times you get called out to like the aftermath. And it's just so hard to watch and so hard to come out and just know there's nothing you can do. But other times, you know, you're taking up evidence for prosecution later by the police and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah. There's all sorts of things that happen in this country that are illegal. And sometimes I'm not the person who goes out and does this stuff. Like, there are some things I don't engage with. I don't have the expertise to engage with, don't have like the legal knowledge to engage with, but I can be there on the phone as like a network to get people connected with lawyers and get people connected with the right vets and the right animal charities and sanctuaries. Because some organizations are shit. Like, they will just come out and put an animal down and won't even fucking try. And others will do everything in their power to give this animal a life and get them back on their feet and won't give up. And knowing the difference between the two is someone's entire existence hanging in the balance. You know, you send a dog or a bird or a pigeon or a rat to the wrong person and that is them gone. It's life or death. So that knowledge and collating all of that data, listening to people's experiences with different charities and logging them, saving numbers, red listing the others, and making that red list public is a big part of what I started doing initially when I was too afraid to engage with people. I found legal teams that were willing to help with animal-related stuff and animal-related crimes, and also helping people deal with assault and with issues with corruption and things like that. So like that was part of it in the beginning, and then I moved on to actual in the field work when I worked up the courage to tick in front of people. Like, I was so scared that I would be a burden, so I didn't actually get involved. And I started off with like really low level stuff, like passing out food and information, and then to the public, and then I moved on to actually training to rear and rescue and rehabilitate animals. And then I moved up to call outs to situations where animals needed rescue. And you know, I just slowly moved up to more and more challenging stuff, and I'm really glad I did. Yeah, just because some people have a helpful profession doesn't mean that they help. Yeah, that's definitely the case with vets.
Hi Anita, I know you are probably bored of people on about your stream with Dr. K, but on the subject of self-love, what if you did something with your bunnies like photography or something? Love the streams BTW.
Thanks for the suggestion, bud. I appreciate that, Nath. So, yeah, with vets in particular, I feel like there are some vets that go canned hunting. If they're on Netflix, you can watch a documentary by Louis Theroux about canned hunting, where they just put domesticated lions in a field and people go around shooting them for fun, for trophy hunting. And these animals are so tame that it's not actually a challenge at all. And there are vets that go out and do it. There are some people who get into professions where you might assume that they really care, but they don't at all. So you have to be careful who you bring your animals to. There have been scandals in this country with certain vets pretending that animals are sick and overdiagnosing them just to sell medication and surgeries that animals don't need. Cutting open animals for money that don't need any invasive surgery whatsoever. So from that perspective, these red lists are so important because they save lives. Not everybody who gets into a seemingly good profession is a good person. Yeah. So that's why I got part of it. That's why I became part of all of this, was to help build towards a better world and to help build the infrastructure. Because the way I feel about all of this is that we've bred a lot of animals to be domesticated. They're at our mercy, they can't escape, they can't go feral. If we abandon them in the field, they die, a lot of them, so they're dependent on us. And we have a duty to, now that we're in charge of their existence, do the best we possibly can for them. We created them. They're our children, in a sense. And they think and they feel and they want to be safe and loved and happy. And we have a duty, because we're the only ones who can provide that, to do it well. So I've been a part for many, many years of building the infrastructure to help keep animals safe, looked after, and happy. And it's really, really rewarding. And you meet people who are very, very good who do it. Because you don't really get a lot of pats on the back or fame or money or anything for doing this kind of work. A lot of people who do it dedicate their time and their lives to it, and they spend less time with their partners, they earn less money, they have no free time, they're overworked and tired, but they keep at it because they see how much it means to the individuals that they manage to save. And those kinds of people tend to be fucking awesome and so worth connecting to and learning from and growing with. So yeah, it was really great to be in that world and learn from those people. They definitely helped me to become a better person, and I'm so grateful for it. But yeah, that's just a tiny little drop of and a very, very loose description of the things I saw and learned about. And I learned about a lot of organisations that I never got involved with, but I stood at the sidelines and watched some pretty devastating stuff, you know? So yeah, there's a long way to go. There's a lot of improvement that needs to be done. And I'm really, really, really glad I got to be a part of it. I'm going to go back to it after streaming. When you're all bored of me, I'm going to go back to trying to make a difference there. Because there are already so many people working on human issues, but all the other animals are kind of getting left by the wayside. And I don't want to live in a world where I have to explain to some kid what a rhino is and that they were real and that they're not just like some CGI myth or legend, that they actually lived, you know? I want to be able to make sure that we have wildlife, and, you know, I want to make sure that those that are at our mercy have good stories, have good lives.
Hi Anita. Recently discovered your content. You have a unique ability to explain emotive topics freely. Curious question, not suggesting there is anything malaise with having Tourette's. Do you hope for a cure or suppressor, or is it a part of who you are?
So I'm not defined by the challenges I face. I'm just defined by how I handle them. Are you defined by your eye color? Are you defined by your skin color? Are you defined by your height? Because I don't think so. You didn't choose that. That was just stuff that happened to you. That was just like your default setting. when you're in a house for the first time and you're moving in and the walls are bare and nothing is yours, you move the furniture around and you make decisions and you express yourself inside of that space, and that's how you make it your home. So I don't think that my default setting defines me at all. I don't think my condition defines me at all. But I also think that I try to encourage people not to ask this question, because everyone asks me because they think that I benefit from my condition on this platform. And I'm tired of explaining over and over again the reasons why that's not true and why it's actually harder for me to get to this position with my condition, because so many people constantly doubt it and so many people hate me for having it, think that I'm faking it, etc. And so everything to them looks false. I'm contending with stereotyping, I'm contending with repetitive questions, people trying to make me repeat the same content over and over, answering the same questions over and over when I just want to have fun with chat. And so it's really, really hard to be unique and individual and keep people coming back. But lastly, it's not fair to go to someone with a disability and go, do you ever wish you weren't broken? Do you ever wish you were like me? And also I get asked, do I wish there was a cure constantly? And I'm trying to have a happy, healthy relationship with my condition. I don't want to sit here every day and fantasize about being fixed as if I'm broken. That's a context that you're slotting me into that isn't healthy for me to think. I'd rather frame it as everyone has challenges and these are mine. I'm not defined by them, I'm defined by how I handle them. And so when people go, do you want a cure? They're saying you're broken and you should be sat there fantasizing, give me an answer and have a set, you should think about it so hard that you have an answer for me about whether or not you want to stay broken or whether or not you want to be fixed. And it's not fair. It's a really cruel thing to ask over and over again. It's a really cruel way to keep people thinking, especially while they're streaming. Ah. Akina Batata, thank you so much for the 6-month, buddy. Hey Crash, how you doing? I'm a therapist. Yeah, I know what you mean about sometimes you expect the experts to come in and save the day and they have no fucking idea what they're doing and it's very frustrating. I once took my rabbit to the vet and I explained what was wrong with him. I was like, he has fistula. He has a fissure around his anus and he here it, you know, it's having this effect and this effect. I would recommend doing this, this, and this. And he was like, well, I'll see. And he looked at him and he was like, everything's fine with his bottom, and looked at the fissure, this hole near his butt. And I was like, no, that's the fissure. That's his actual butt. And he looked over and he was like, oh, yeah, so it is. And I was like, oh, no. Yeah, so I know exactly what you mean there. It's not a good sign. No, it's not. But the thing is, I'm in a small town. I don't have very many options for vets. So I try to be as well-learned as I possibly can, because sometimes they give you really terrible advice.
Hey pretty lady. Hope you are well, green heart, smiley face.
Wow, Cheetah! Hello, sweetheart! It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the 20-month sub. That's fucking pog. Thank you so much. But
Hi Anita, I have a question about your demisexuality. I am a demisexual woman as well and would like your perspective. I've had feelings for women in the past but never relationships. and I feel like I'm missing out on a huge part of my identity as a result.
So it's been a long time since I've been with a woman too, and the thing with that is that I don't think that your identity is hinged on what kind of sex or what kind of relationships or the gender of the people that you have a relationship with.
I know you have had girlfriends in the past, but I don't think you talk about them much. I'm wondering how you view relationships with men versus women, especially in regards to your emotional needs being met. Thanks so much for being open and for being you.
Well, here's the thing. I'm only ever really open about what I'm comfortable divulging to people. Once the things are on the internet, you can never take them back, and there's a recording that people will share whether you want it to be there or not. So I have a private life. I do keep things to myself. But the thing is, with relationships, men versus women, it's far more individual and unique. So I've met people who were much better listeners, and it's been regardless of their genitalia, honestly. But I will say, like, nothing defines men and women according to you. Like, what I mean by that is, you're not missing out on a part of your identity if you haven't tasted lady parts lately. That is nothing to do with who you are at all, okay? Like, there are people who think that in order to be a man, you've got to have been a stud and fucked lots of ladies, and it doesn't really change them or make them more of a man at all. Like, sex isn't a token of life experience you can just brandish at people and go, see? Demisexual points. I'm a woman. I'm a demisexual because I slept with the women's. No, that's not quite how it works. And I know a lot of people have that idea because with bisexuals, people are like, well, are you with a man or a woman? And if I say a woman, they'll go, well, you're gay. And I'm like, no, I'm bisexual. I'm like, no, you're gay. You're with a girl. I'm like, yeah, but I could love anyone. Like, no, but you're gay. You're with a woman. And if I'm with a guy, they're like, you're just pretending to be gay. You know, you're just pretending that you like women, you know. You're straight, really. Or you just haven't decided what you are yet. You know, you get shit no matter what. But the truth is, you're still you, regardless of how your partner identifies. And there is nothing specifically about women as a whole that's consistent enough for you to have missed out on a very specific experience you couldn't get with anyone else. There are emotionally intelligent men who are good listeners, good communicators, who are great at being caring, and there are asshole women who are shit at all those things. So the assumption that somehow women are going to be better for you in that respect is not necessarily true. There are plenty of women who will shit in your heart, and I'm pretty sure there are people in chat who will confirm that. So you're not missing out on anything specific according to the gender identity of the person you're dating. You haven't lost anything. So I wouldn't say, go find a woman, quick, or you will never know the joy of a great conversation or an emotional conversation or whatever. You're gonna get supported if you find the right human, and you have the luck of being able to check from 100% of the pool, you know, instead of just 50% of it. Lucky you. But that doesn't mean that either side, either half of the population, is going to be better for you or define your life in a better way than the other. We're too diverse for that. So keep looking for the person you click with and forget what dangly doodads they have. I mean, surely if you're demi, that part doesn't matter anyway if you swing both ways. Stop making so much sense on a Thursday night, please. Well, I'm glad that wasn't just waffly drivel. I'm glad that was actually helpful to some people. But yeah, I've known plenty of lesbian women who've been fucked over by women. You're not necessarily going to have an overwhelmingly different or better or superior or more connected experience with a woman than you will with a man. Because being good at relationships, being considerate and loving is not a gender identity thing. It's a personal thing. So yeah, you won't lose out if you don't have a gay relationship in your life just because you're capable of one. It's not a thing of yours that is, you know, you will never explore, or just, you know, you'll have lost out if you haven't indulged. If anything, you'll lose out more if you force yourself to try women and only see gender instead of seeing someone you genuinely connect with. Finding someone you're addicted to, that you can't stop thinking about, that you really want to spend time with, you know? Finding someone who makes life better just by being there is so much more important than their gender. Try not to worry or pressure yourself too much.
A bit left field, but the red list reminds me of the time we got the family PC repaired by a company that ended up on the BBC show Watch Dogs.
Yeah. But it can be a total lifesaver in many respects. I mean, like, even just having the right people repair your shit, because some are so dodgy that they might get you killed, or, you know, some of them are so dodgy because they might come into your house and steal from you. Red lists are important. Breakfast.
Like you said, tell your friends you love them. So love you, buddy. Thanks for being you. Anita hug, Anita heart.
Thank you, Bagel. How can you talk about how to deal with stress, please? Hell yeah, after this one.
Hi Anita, you look great today. I
Thank
want
you.
to give a shout out to Chicken Tears.
Thanks, my sweet. Breakfast. I generally stopped giving a fuck. So I come from a place, fuck the chode. I come from a place of gratitude with everything. I don't expect things, and that shedding of expectation changes the way that I manage everything. Ever wonder why I talk so confidently? A, it's because I like to think things through if I have an opinion, or I just don't give my opinion. I listen to other people's opinions if I'm unsure. I read the data. But like, the reason why I sound confident when unsure of myself is because I stopped giving a fuck. I'm not scared, and I'm more grateful. I've shed expectation. And shedding expectation means that I don't plan for things to go a certain way. I don't imagine how I want things to be. I don't imagine how I want a relationship to go. I don't imagine how I want my life to go. I don't have any goals. And I'm happy. And the reason why that makes such a difference to my stress levels is because if you think that things have to go a certain way for you to be okay, you're not going to be okay. Life is chaos. Nothing is under control. So relax. I take every new second as an opportunity. I want breakfast. I see it as an opportunity to make the best of the situation and craft everything I'm experiencing into a brighter future. And I feel ready for that challenge. I might not succeed every time, but every time I fail at it, I just become more practiced and more prepared to do that next time. So everything looks like a positive experience to me, even the things that don't go my way. If you're bratty about life, and you go, no, what if things don't go my way tomorrow? What if I try really hard and I fail? What if everything falls apart? And you start misusing your imagination. You start torturing yourself. You start abusing yourself with that. Then it doesn't change how things go in the future. It just means you suffered twice. When it happens, and in every moment leading up to it, because you tortured yourself with your imagination. So, what I do instead is I'm grateful for every challenge. I see it as an opportunity to craft something beautiful, because sometimes adversity is an opportunity for change. Sometimes hard shit was clearing the way so you could build something new. And you can only see that if you don't expect things to go a certain way, don't want for things to go a certain way. You just hope that whatever comes your way, you can build something beautiful out of. So I don't stress. And this is really hard. My list is huge. My list is fucking huge. Like if I have a book open in front of me right now, just below the camera. It has like 32 items on this list. Sometimes more. I never cross off everything. I have really long punishing lists. I never get it all done. And sometimes I feel ridiculous and I feel like a bit of a failure for not having done it. It's a bit of a problem of mine. But I have a lot to be stressed about, a lot to get right. I have to look after my mom. I have to look after my animals. I have to do a lot for the stream. I have to run a house and, you know, exercise and do all that basic shit and somehow make time for my friends. And it's hard, but I'm not stressed. I'm grateful. I'm happy. I feel good. And the way that I can do that alongside such a busy life is by being grateful for every second of it and seeing every little bit of it as a challenge to make something beautiful, rather than wishing it was any different and making the best of what it is. Because we spend too much time on what we're bratty about. Like, we spend too much time thinking about what life isn't and not enjoying what it is. When I was grateful, when I love the chance to feel, to see, to hear, to smell, to have a complicated story with ups and downs, to triumph over hardships and know what it is to gain experience and wisdom, all that stuff is great, even when it's hard. Life is a privilege even when it's hard. So I can keep my head up high and not get overwhelmed by all this stuff and just do the best I can. And as well, like, I've been dead dust drifting through the universe with no consciousness or thought for billions of years. I get this brief window to experience shit. So even pain is a privilege because it's an experience. And when I turn to dust again and all the life is gone, I won't experience anything ever the fuck again. So knowing hardship is beautiful. Knowing pain is beautiful. There's good stuff too, but I'm grateful even for the hard stuff. And it's this philosophy, this background philosophy that just keeps me relaxed about whatever happens. And the harder things get, the more prepared I feel next time. The less afraid I feel next time. This is why I really recommend doing rescue work and things like that. What transformed for me when I did rescue work was that, wow, I got 10 inches. Wow, buy it now. I got better at being brave and facing shit I'm scared of, because no one's ever gonna be fear-free. Fear and anxiety and insecurity is something you battle with every day. Some days you win and sometimes you don't. No one's perfect and happy and 100% confident ever. That's just not a human thing. But I feel happy and confident now so much more than I used to, because I've been through hard stuff, you know? And I look back and go, I've dealt with harder. This will be a breeze. I know what to expect and I can do this. So yeah, these philosophies are what built a better me, a less stressed me, even in stressful situations. Yes, I have some Midnight Gospel. It's beautiful. It's really, really great. Delicious.
Hi, my name is Braden. Just wanted to say that you are loved and appreciated by everyone you touch. You are a beautiful person inside and out. Keep making people's day better like you do with mine. Also, do you watch Doctor Who? It's my favorite show.
I still haven't watched Doctor Who. Are you gonna hate me for that? I know it's not a very British thing to say. And I'm usually such a sci-fi fan as well.
Hi Anita, first of all I want to thank you for inspiring words. Curious, will there be a calendar for 2021 with all rescued animals you saved and their glorious recovery? I would buy it for sure, plus the money can go to the charity. Less than 3.
That would be such a humble brag. I am happy to just remember myself and I don't have to tell people who I rescued in order to feel good about it, but also in order for me to give the money to the charity, I have to disclose the charity to you guys. and I want to be able to go back to it. I don't want those creepy simpy stalker guys sat there waiting for me, hoping that they'll get to meet me there, which already happened long before I started streaming and was really annoying. Like, would train people for like months, and then when they realized they weren't going to get to Smash, they just left. So yeah, I'm going to keep those charities to myself, just so that I can, you know, get back to them safely. As sweet as that idea is, sadly, people are too horny for that. Sphene, thank you so much. Wow.
Roast me, father, for I have simped. It's been 6 days since my last donation. The lens is under warranty. There should be a warranty card in the box.
Thank you. I think that it may well be a software installation issue, and I will install some more software on the DSLR when I get time. I don't think the lens is broken. I just think that it's going to be complicated to get it set up, because I think it's not quite just naturally compatible with my DSLR, but it can be made compatible. But thank you for the suggestion, but I haven't given up on it yet.
Attention chat. I interrupt this stream with an important message. Did you know if you scroll down to description below, you can get yourself some sweet Anita merch, noble chairs and displays. So don't delay, buy today. Sell out. Together. Strong.
Thank you. Yeah, you can also get sex toys for half price with free postage if you put !AE in chat. And I don't get any commission for telling you that at all. But I'm going to tell you anyway, because I know that lockdown can get pretty fucking lonely. So you're welcome.
Hi Anita, I just want to be clear. I don't think there is anything wrong with you, and I wasn't comparing you to anyone else. I was just curious of your view, and I think your view is beautiful and free. Sorry if my question caused offense.
That's okay. I'm not saying that because I'm angry. I get asked a lot. I just want people to know that it's not okay to constantly pester people who are disabled and say, do you ever wish you were cured? Do you ever wish you weren't broken? Because that's how it feels when people pester you with that all the time. You start getting this idea that everyone thinks you're broken and that you should be desperately wishing and fantasizing about a cure that doesn't exist all the time. Even though it's not constructive or helpful or good for your self-esteem, people constantly demand for you to have like a set answer about that. And I don't feel like it's a question that's okay to really ask at all. So yeah, I've been wanting to get up and grab a drink. I fancy a drink, but I haven't in all this time because I thought we'll clear the donos first. Usually, you guys are really lovely and generous and you donate in the first hour or so, but we've gotten through most of the stream today and you've just never stopped giving. And I'm so grateful and thank you. And it's been really nice to talk to you guys, but I'm gonna take a break real quick just because I fancy a drink. Is that okay? So I'll be right back in a sec. It's not okay. Whoa! So so great. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Mom. Mama. Right. Be right back, buddy. Actually, maybe... Let's go with that one, because it's my favorite one. It's Peter chewing wires. Being a Peter. I'm also gonna pee, because I desperately need to do that too. And you should always do that before you put more fluids in you, I feel. But first. Clear some room. Ben, get over. I got to boogie on a Saturday night. So I'm back. I got a nutsack. I saw my vagina. Blep. Did you? Is there a site or a place you would you recommend if you wanted to
I
learn?
feel like you said everything I already knew but didn't know how to admit it to myself. It helps hearing it from someone else. I still have a lot to work through regarding my sexuality, but I think this is a good starting point. Thanks so much, Anita Hart.
Glad I could help. And good luck. I hope you find the right person to love regardless. Regardless of what gender, regardless of what situation you're in. I just hope you find someone to love. But also, someone just asked how to educate themselves, and I've got something to say about that. You're all cunts. Is there a site or place you would recommend if you wanted to learn a new skill or learn about a new topic? Okay, so the way that I teach myself is I get curious passively about the world or about a thing, and I start reading about it. Sometimes it's through an article or whatever. So, say I wanted to research demisexuality to understand myself a little bit better. I'd type it into Google. I'd find a few articles, and they would have a few sources for some studies. And I would look at the studies and see who they were funded by, and see how accurate they are, how many people they were studying, etc. Compare it to others, research loads of different studies that might contradict each other, contradicting, views on demisexuality. Some people don't even think it exists and all that kind of stuff. And I'd listen to as much about it as I could for a while. And anything I found particularly trustworthy or relevant, I will pin it on Pinterest. And I would make a board full of pictures that will jog my memory about a specific thing. And I'll go, yeah, that picture's from that article, isn't it? And I'll click it like 2 years later and relearn the information. And the reason why I have to do that is because a lot of the stuff you learn will fade over time. Like, there'll be plenty of stuff you learn at school that you knew really well when you were a kid. You don't know it now. So your memory and your knowledge fades if you don't use it. So what it can be is a really great tool for relearning and re-educating yourself about stuff, so that you retain the knowledge. But also, as you gather all of these facts, telling them to someone else and bringing them up in conversation helps to cement it in your brain. So after you've learnt about something, teaching others about it just passively can really help it to stay. I think the key is that most of us learn new stuff every day. It's about whether or not you retain it. There are so many people who get told lots of cool stuff, but because it doesn't excite them, or because they're not that interested, it just goes through them. And even if you are interested, it's still going to go through you at some point. So I use Pinterest. Pinterest is my website. I have loads of boards on there. They're mostly private. And I will have topics there that are really important to me, or things that I want to have a good understanding of before I formulate an opinion of it. And it could be anything, even controversial stuff. So regardless of whether it's about diet or philosophy, it could be anything from politics to just like animal care. And all of these subjects that I want to know stuff about before I decide how to interact with the world and engage in that topic, I put it there. But there are also tutorials there. I have a fitness one full of videos on how to exercise properly and exercise regimes. I also have so much dick. Blah. I also have wow, classic, wow. Blah. Blah. I also have I have loads of reference drawings for pictures I want to draw someday, and all sorts of stuff like that. Clothes that I would love to buy, that sort of thing. I never do. I never buy them, but I go, that's cool, and save it somewhere in case someday I feel like actually buying clothes. Sheena, thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs. I really appreciate that, bud. Someone asked, how do I feel about the TikToks made about me?
Loved your part on that segment in the video. When you called Vic a sellout was straight savage lol. Greetings from Florida, take care, love.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That'll be because of chat. I feel like streaming has definitely changed my tics considerably over time. I wouldn't have even thought to have called someone a sellout before I started streaming. I got called one all the time. That's projecting. So breakfast. Let's have breakfast. How do I feel about the TikTok? Pretty much the same way I do about Pornhub. So people have taken my clips of me having tics where well, you'll see them if you ever go on Pornhub and look up my name. But anyway, so people have taken clips of my stream and put them on Pornhub. People have taken my clips and put them on all sorts of websites. And even when it's to paint me a bad light, I really appreciate it in a way, because they're getting me more exposure. And the more people who engage with my content, the more people get talking about Tourette's. I don't care who shares me where. I don't care who wants to find out about me. I just take it all as an opportunity to teach people about my condition and get people treating people like me more fairly and with more understanding. And that's why I feel like no publicity is bad publicity. If it gets people talking about the stream, it's an opportunity for me to make the world a safer place for people like me. And sometimes it's by answering questions, but when I don't feel like answering questions, I still feel like it's doing it passively, because you're learning what it's like to hang out with someone like me and humanize them. You're learning, you know, the etiquette and ways to respect people like me. So I still feel like getting used to people with tics and being able to interact with people and look past it is still a really important tool. So yeah, like I don't mind, I don't care. I wouldn't stream if I was doing anything on stream that I wouldn't want people to see. So if people want to share my content, they can. I'm not ashamed of anything I'm doing. It takes me a lot of time and effort to promote myself as well. So if people are literally doing it for me for free, that's pretty fucking awesome.
I'd like to ask two unrelated, if you could, would you work on a video game? And if you'd have a saying in it, what type of game would you put together? Second, love the background musics, is a playlist available somewhere?
Yeah, if you go on my YouTube channel, there is a playlist on my YouTube channel called Anita's Stream Music Playlist, and you can go ahead and have a look at it there. It has 97 songs on it. Blah. So, does it not bother you that people are wanking to it? Smokey, I can just sneeze and people will masturbate to it. The thing with being a woman is there isn't anything I can do that someone won't find a way to wank to. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. If I really, really got upset and, you know, threw tantrums every time people got weird and wanked over something I did, I'd just never leave the house. I'd never wear clothes or cough or go to the library or, like, you know, speak to people, you know. Once I was talking to a guy at uni and he put his bag over his backpack over his crotch. He got all red in the face and then scurried off to the bathroom and then didn't come back out of the bathroom for a good 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure I know what happened, but like that's not going to stop me from talking to people ever again. So, breakfast. From that perspective, no, I don't care. I don't even think about it. I'm not going to let other people's boners be my problem. Like, what you do with your private life is just nothing to do with me. I mean, people are thinking bad things about me right now. There are people who think that I'm a closeted racist because I have racist tics and shit like that. If I cared what people thought or how people responded to my content, I wouldn't make it. You just can't afford to be that sensitive in this industry.
You always amaze me with your talks and outlooks on life. Such a wonderful human, green heart.
Thank you so much, Cheeto, for being so generous today. It's good to see you're still here, too. I remember the first time you donated so much money ages and ages ago. I was just like, whoa. That's like nearly 2 years ago now. And I took an interest in you and I came to see your stream and I got chatting with you. And it's so amazing to see that you're still here. Like, it's really rare that people, like, you're one of a very small, select few that are like a 20-month sub. Thank you so much for being here and being so dedicated. I just wanted to say that just to prove that I genuinely do remember you. What industry do you think you could be sensitive in? I don't know. I think it's a really transferable skill to learn to put your own opinion of yourself first.
Talking about tech, curse, I reinstalled some printer drivers during Monday's stream and the printer only produced blank paper, had to get the document to my phone to be able to print it off.
I wish I knew what to say to that. I really do. But thank you for the tip. So with sensitivity, it like putting your own opinion of yourself first is such a transferable skill. Like I was trying to picture things that you could do for a job when no one would care. Could we hold the donation?
Take my monies.
Thank you, Trash Panda. Thank you so much. That's huge. Could we hold the donos for a sec so I can answer this question? So yeah, having a good opinion of yourself is really important. Trusting your own identity and sense of identity can be transferable to anything. I mean, the first things that came to mind were like, maybe you could be an artist and just do commissions and sit in your house all day just drawing pictures and never have to interact with anyone and get commissions online. And then I was thinking, but then you have to not take it personally when people don't like your work or when people want you to change it. And so you still have to value your own opinion. Know that it's important for you to respect and love your opinion of what you do and not be too sensitive to how other people feel about it. So I was like, no, not an artist. What about working in IT? And it's like, yeah, but people might not have an opinion of your work, but people will definitely have an opinion of you. Like we generalize people in IT. So if you want to be happy, you still have to respect yourself and your own opinion of yourself more than others. I was going through the list of even the most isolated jobs in the world. I think just not being sensitive is a life skill that's applicable to any job, ever. Ma. Hey Anita, what would you do if you felt insecure in a relationship, even if, in a sense, you don't need to be? I've been insecure ever since I've had cancer at 23, and being scared I need to rush things in order to not die before I miss out. I think there's no real answer. I wish I could give you something really uplifting, because I think there's a pressure on streamers to say beautiful things to people who are struggling. Like, I think that what everyone expects me to do right now is reassure you and go, everything will be okay. I hope you're okay. Love and chat for cancer, dude. But what I'm gonna do is be real with you instead, because I hope that'll be far more helpful and actually applicable to your life. So, since you asked for my opinion, I'm gonna give it. If you rush things with a person just to have someone there to watch you die, are you still gonna regret it if you just gave yourself to someone you didn't really love? Are you gonna be sat there awkwardly going, this is the last person I'll ever see and I don't even fucking love them? Are you gonna make someone else a point of shame and indignity in yourself because you sold out your body and your love to something you don't even give a shit about just to not be alone? If the thing that I did to stop being lonely was not reach for people, because when I reached for people and I put my happiness in somebody else's lap, they let me down. Because we're human and we're not even good at making ourselves happy 24/7. So if you go, whoa, could you make me happy too? They're gonna drop the ball here and there. And if your happiness hinges on someone else's behavior or presence in your life, they're gonna fuck you over. You're gonna set them up to fail. Because they're human. So I would say what I did to feel the best about being single and feel the best about existing and life, the reason why I'll be happy even if I go to the hospital tomorrow alone and die alone, is that I'm happy with what I did with my existence and who I became. And I like being alone with myself. In my last moments when I die, I'm gonna think about all the beautiful stuff I did. I'm gonna think about all the cool people I met. I'm gonna marvel at this world. I'm gonna breathe and love the sensation of breathing. I'm gonna eat and love the sensation of eating, because these last moments to know the world and feel the world are gonna be gone, and then I'll be dust again. And I won't feel anything ever again. And just being existent to feel is beautiful. So I'd be grateful in those moments. But I certainly wouldn't try to escape from the pain of it by having a witness. Because I don't know that forcing myself to latch onto another human desperately and go, here, make me happy, all of my happiness is in your hands, love me, attention me, I don't really care about you, and I don't really want to be mating with you, and I'm not that attracted to you, but I just really don't want to be alone. It's not going to make me feel any less desperate or afraid in my last moments. It's just going to give me something to regret. If I love someone genuinely, I will bring them into my life because I get on with them, because they're beautiful, because I'm addicted to their company, because of real feelings, because I know that that will be worth bringing into my life, and I won't settle for anything less. And I don't think the fear of dying would ever make me rush to do that either, you know? So I'd say, if I were you, and maybe, who knows what's going to happen? I don't know your prognosis. I don't know if it's uncertain, or if you know that things aren't going to last very long for you. But whatever situation you're in, I'd say that forcing yourself to bring people into your life and rush things when you're not that sure is not likely to make it any easier. Love is not something you can rush, it's not something you can force, it's something that happens to you. It just is. And while I'm rooting for you, and I really hope you get to experience it before you go, whenever that is, I'd say that I don't know that it's necessary. From my perspective of my own personal life, if I had cancer, these are the reasons why I would not try to rush love, and why I don't think it would make me feel any better about dying. Because trust me, if you don't genuinely love someone, you don't feel any less alone. What do you think of e-girls like Amaranth? You know what really makes me angry about Amaranth? The fact that people were angry at her for having a partner? Fuck off with that shit. $5 does not entitle you to someone's virginity. So, from what I understand is that Amaranth produces a lot of sexual content. You know what sexual content does? Gives people boners. You know what it doesn't do? Hurt anyone. So why does anyone give a fuck? Why does everyone rage? Why does everyone have an angry fap over these beautiful women's and their titties? Like, who cares? Like, everyone has to participate willingly. If people are there to wank, if that's what they're there for, I'm sure she produces other content, but if that's what people are doing, and she's cool with that, and they're cool with that, why the fuck do you care? Hate is bad for your health. Why waste it on something trivial? Why waste it on people just feeling good? What's wrong with you? There's bad shit happening in the world, and you're having an angry boner over some woman engaging with men? Why? There isn't actually anything shameful about sex or attraction. There isn't, and we know that when dudes are doing it and getting lots of ladies. So I'm sorry, but if you want to deserve porn, if you're fapping at porn, you've got to respect those women when you've let go of your boner too. I'm sorry, that's how it works. Otherwise you shouldn't really be on there, you know? You can't just eat someone's content up greedily and be like, yes, sexy women's. How dare you be sexy? As soon as your boner's gone. So, yeah. I'm sure people want me to hate on her just because I don't produce sexual content myself, but I don't do that out of contempt for people who do. I just do that because that's my personality. And I don't have any hatred to waste on people being sexual. I think people being proud of their bodies is beautiful. I wish I could be that proud of my body. I wish I could be that confident. That's awesome. And if people are happy with their sexuality and part of that is expressing it to others on a platform, more power to them. Everyone's willingly engaging. It's not like they're going to schools and flashing them. They're just doing something wholesome and consensual, you know, with adults. Let's move on.
What's that in your bathroom? A displate? An Adam and Eve purchase? A tub full of burning Twitch Prime subs? No, it's a squatty potty. And now you can get yours for the low price of $29.99. Tell them Anita sent you.
I'm not sponsored by Squatty Potty. Fuck you. As if you remembered me talking about that.
Hi Anita. I'm new. I spammed this question 50 times in chat already, but you probably just didn't see it. So I'm gonna make a donation. If there was a way to cure your inability to go up in Jump King, would you do it?
I love you, Marachi. You're awesome. What you said about death was kind of inspiring though. Well, I'm glad you thought so. Oh, Trash Panda, thank you so fucking much.
I'm doing my jigsaw and watching your stream. I feel happy.
Good! Fuck off, Rob. Thank you so much, Trash Panda. I really appreciate you. Sorry, Rob. I didn't mean that. That was a tick. Blah. Get a real hobby, you twat. Sorry. Wow. Do you like carrots? I do. They're pretty darn good. I like them in stir fries. But yeah, to kind of expand on the whole ethot thing and people being angry at women. This is a really weird take, but I'm kind of glad that sex workers are coming to Twitch. Really glad. So I understand people's concerns and oh my god, I share it. I hope that you don't have the pressure as a woman to be a hot girl and to show a certain amount of flesh to make it on Twitch. I don't think that should be the standard or the expectation, and I do think it should be discouraged that that be like the meta for women streamers. But I don't think you take that away by removing hot girls from Twitch. Because that pressure doesn't come from supply, it comes from demand. Most of the people here on Twitch are men, and they gravitate towards people that they're attracted to. That is just a thing that is always going to happen. And so attractiveness is going to be an attribute which is going to come into play whether women want it to be there or not. Because attractiveness isn't really, by and large, something you decide about yourself. Or can hide, or choose not to, you know, be a part of your stream very easily. So what I'm going to say instead is I'm glad that people like Sasha Grey are coming to the platform. And I kind of feel like we've come to a point with porn specifically where the vanilla typical porn shows a lot of name calling, hitting, degradation and aggression specifically towards women. I read a statistic that over 94% of all porn ever created and put on the internet shows violence towards women in some way, shape or form, or aggression. And so this is becoming the norm. So what's happening is that the average age of exposure to porn is 8 or 9 years old. And if you're learning about sex from porn before you ever speak to an adult, you might think as a woman that it's expected of you to be instantly turned on and to allow anything to happen to you, even if it doesn't necessarily feel good. That name calling and discomfort and crying are what you should expect when you have your first sexual experience. And that may not necessarily make it fun for everyone when they first try. What I'm really, really thankful for now is that there are platforms where people are coming to masturbate, but they're masturbating over people enjoying cereal and laughing and having a dance, playing games. They're relating to these women and learning their names, and they're having a wholesome semi-connection. They're still centering their sexuality and strengthening the neural pathways that connect orgasm with a sense of connection, love, and admiration, which isn't as easy to establish developing your sexuality if you're entirely reliant on porn. As you're young, as you start to develop your sexuality, it can be sculpted by what you're exposed to. And so I'm kind of relieved that there are still people out there who just want to love and admire a woman wholesomely, and get turned on by that. Because if you let porn alone sculpt you, that's less likely to happen. And that can interfere with your ability to relate to women later on in life. So I think it's probably healthier that people are having like these wholesome, you know, interactions when they're horny, instead of these learning entirely from porn, which can give you some very unrealistic and sometimes violent and aggressive ideas of how things should go in average circumstances. And that's fetishes aside. I'm not even talking about BDSM here. I'm talking about 11-year-old kids thinking that that level of aggression is just normal, is just sex, not a fetish, not BDSM, but just how you should treat people in the bedroom by a default. And that might be a bit unrealistic and inhibit their ability to be good in bed, to have fun, to be able to pleasure people, if that becomes your base expectation of every woman. So yeah, I'm kind of cool with them being here. Everyone involved is there consensually, and women are being fetishized while being admired, rather than while being called a bitch or a whore or a slut. And I kind of like that. I'm not someone who wanks over visual content at all, so I have no right to dictate how people get their jollies off. But I'm relieved that that's how some people do it now, because porn kind of scared me the first time I had a look. You found some weird porn? No, I didn't. I found like the front page of Brazzers and Pornhub and stuff like that, where women have their eyes are streaming with tears, and things are happening that aren't actually common in the bedroom. And the titles are really shaming these women and being really aggressive and angry. A lot of the narratives are coercive, and while that might be fine for people to enjoy, people know the difference between fantasy and reality. I get it. But for kids, when they're first learning about sex, I worry. Because that means that a lot of girls' first experiences of sex are going to be quite aggressive. And that's already happening, sadly. So understanding what I do about how it's transformed women's early experiences, and how a lot of women have been beaten, choked out, and had like really horrible things happen to them when they've lost their virginity, just because people were reenacting porn and thinking that's how you do things. I kind of am relieved to see some people just want to admire someone and treat someone like a princess. Did you mess up the castle? No, it's beautiful and complete, and I'm really happy with it, and Anya loves it, which makes me so happy. What? I just poured water all over myself, damn it. That's a surprisingly bleak view of sexuality from you. I don't think that porn is sexuality. I think it's just a product that people consume. And I don't think that pointing out or critiquing something necessarily is a generalization. I think that very hypersensitive people can't have mature discussions about anything in the world without getting defensive or angry about it, especially if they use it frequently or it's an integral part of their identity. So for example, I love Castlevania. I think that's what it's called. You know, the one with like the vampires and stuff. I think that's what it's called. The anime, I see flaws in it and things that I would improve if I was working on the project. That doesn't mean I didn't enjoy watching it. It doesn't mean that I didn't love the story. It's just like, well, you know what would have made it more like immersive? If this happened or that happened and people went mad and were like, how could you not like Castlevania? And I was like, no, I liked it. It's like, you can have a partner and love everything about them, except like a couple of annoying little traits. And that doesn't mean you hate them or want them dead. It just means you know their quirks, right? And everything that humans create has quirks and things that you can improve upon. And knowing what they are and wanting to improve on them is a gift. If we were ever satisfied with shit, we wouldn't get the internet or planes or technology. We'd have just stayed at the wheel and went, this is good enough. So of course we should critique stuff and seek to make it better and better. And I just think that criticizing some aspects of porn, or the way that it's consumed, or the way that we engage with it, necessarily is a sweeping generalization that makes all porn bad. It just means that there is stuff we can improve on to make things better for people, to make sure that people have a better time in life. And that's not the same as generalizing or having a bleak view of sexuality. I think that's really important to be a happy human being, is to recognize that being dissatisfied with something or critiquing something is a desire to make it better. It's not a way to hate on people or deride people for enjoying things, but really just constructive. It's like people go, you hate men, because I've spoken about certain topics in the past that are very controversial. I was like, no, there's a difference between saying all terrorists are men and all men are terrorists. Or like most terrorists are men and all men are terrorists. Okay, so most men aren't terrorists. Terrorists are really rare. But most of the people who become terrorists are male. That doesn't mean that men are bad people. It means that once you isolate that risk factor, you get one step closer to helping reduce terrorism. Not because you can go to a broad room of men and go, hey, just don't be terrorists. And they'll go, gosh, okay, because that doesn't work. It just means that with terrorism, usually people who become terrorists have low self-worth, have been indoctrinated, have been controlled and manipulated. It usually takes quite a lot to make someone risk their life or harm others. So, if you isolate the risk factors and the people who are targeted for that the most, you can help avoid that happening to them. And that's as much a way to protect men from being indoctrinated into becoming terrorists as it is to protect victims of terrorism. So that doesn't make men bad. It doesn't mean that men are terrorists. It means that finding out common traits that make people zone in on a person and do terrible things to them helps keep them safe and helps us keep aware. That's not the same thing. So if you conflate criticism with generalizing, you're barring yourself off from improving the world, helping people, protecting people, being nice to people, and being compassionate. Criticism isn't necessarily a generalization. We are intelligent enough to know that just because we spoke about terrorism doesn't mean we're hating on men. I don't think it's the same as racial profiling after lots of crimes in an era were performed by a group of people. So this person said, why is it necessary to say most terrorists are men? Like, what's the message or purpose behind it? What I'm saying is most guys probably think you're insinuating something. It's the same as racial profiling. I doubt that. You see, here's the thing. Sometimes, if you're smart, seeing is believing. But for some other people, believing is seeing. So if you come into a situation with a preconceived notion, you will justify it by everything you see. And it doesn't matter what people say or what evidence is there, you will use it to craft and build your own idea of the world and to fulfill your biases. So, in a certain area, because of racism, some people are pushed into a situation where it's harder to earn because they're struggling to find work because of prejudices, right? Which puts them in a poorer area. Naturally, in any poor area, regardless of your race, regardless of your background, regardless of anything about you, any trait about you, if you're in a poorer area, you're more likely to experience crime. There's more likely to be people resorting to crime. That is just a given, whether you're black or white or anything. But people who believe a certain thing, like racists, will use it to justify racism and go, see? Lots of people over there are black and there's lots of crime. And for them, believing is seeing. they believe that black people commit crimes, so they're seeing justification for that belief. And they haven't taken in any other factors. So the point of bringing up the fact that most terrorists are men is not to generalize men as a whole. Because I see terrorists as victims too. They're in a situation of turmoil. Happy people don't become terrorists. You protect people from going down a really dark route if you understand the risk factors. And it turns out that terrorists tend to indoctrinate or latch onto men, which makes them at risk. Make people aware of that, and they're less likely to be vulnerable to it. Educate people, making people understand things, knowing facts about stuff, doesn't necessarily have to equate to prejudice or generalizations. Education does not have to be a bad thing. Knowing things does not have to be a bad thing. So the truth shouldn't be hidden or shied away from in case people think that you're a man hater. Because obviously I'm not. All of my friends at the moment, bar a very tiny majority, are male. Like, I don't really think that your sex defines whether or not you're gonna be a good person. And I think that there are just as many good men as there are good women. And I don't think that understanding risk factors for things changes that. Having a mature understanding of statistics and risk factors does not mean that you have to generalize or hate on people. It just means that you can educate yourself on how to help people and protect them. Yeah. Because you'd have to be pretty dumb to think that because most terrorists have been men, that all men are terrorists. That would be fucking stupid. I've never met a terrorist in my life. And I've met so many men. Yeah, that'd be some pretty Pepega moves right there. I think that understanding the world and truth is a really important thing to say and talk about. And it's a hard thing to talk about on Twitch. There's a lot of pressure on you to formulate perfect opinions, and I don't have perfect opinions. I can be wrong. But I do think that reading and understanding the world and not shying away from real information, demonstrably true information, unbiased stats and data, is important. And I don't think we should shy away from it just in case people think this or that. I don't think the truth can be controlled like that. People's attitudes are going to be people's attitudes. That's not something you can change. Please be careful with these topics. You don't want to be hated on by the toxic, oversensitive people. No! I'm going to be myself. I am going to speak my mind. I am going to never ever let someone limit my identity. If you let people's opinions control you, you get judged anyway. You just hate yourself alongside it. I'd rather be judged for who I am and be confident and happy in who I am and what I do and how I affect the world than be controlled and be something I don't want to be and be judged anyway. No! And I don't think that people's opinions should control the facts. That's just not how facts work. Freedom of speech is a thing. Yes, it is. But that's not freedom from accountability. By all means, hold me accountable when I have a shitty opinion. Go ahead and encourage me to learn. I'm biased. All humans are. It's very hard to see your own flaws. I'm lucky, in a way, that I have millions of people who hold me accountable.
I napped and missed half the stream sadly, but I'm here now. I wanted to ask if you'd consider hopping in the Discord sub-only voice channels sometimes. The big ones can be kind of overwhelming, but would you consider the smaller ones? You woo.
Thanks for your request, Just Cat. I don't really have the time right now. I spend about 2 or 3 hours a day cleaning. I spend about an hour or two looking after my mom, at least, sometimes 5 hours in a day. I have lots of sponsorships and contracts to sign and arrange. I have to liaise with several editors and make sure that everything's working properly. I run a YouTube channel, plan content, run a Twitch channel, have mod meetings, run a Discord community, and try to have a social life, eat healthy, and exercise. So I'm kind of busy and swamped right now. Honestly, I need help. But I'm too busy to sit and socialize with even my closest friends, and that's more the reason why I don't hop in the voice channels as much lately than anything else. If I had more help with stuff, I'd probably spend more time with you guys. Because I used to hop in those channels before.
Things have changed since I first subbed. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the 17 month. But yeah. Do you ever go on vacation? No. No. It's really hard to. When your whole life hangs in the balance, you can't afford to take breaks because it causes massive dips in your viewership. So, which can take years and years to recover from. So you pay really heavily for things that took a long time to build. And so there's a lot of pressure not to. It's like, you remember like the old SNES games where you couldn't save? So you stayed up all night trying to fix them? I'm just gonna like focus the camera a little bit. That might be a bit better. There we go. Maybe. So like, if you couldn't save, you'd stay up all night playing the game. That's like Twitch chat. Well, not like Twitch chat. That's like streaming, but 24/7. Every day of the year.
Or well, I hope you're able to relax some. I understand how it is being super busy. Love the stream. And all my Discord friends you woo.
Woo. Wow. Is that pineapple juice? No. This is gin and apple juice. I am actually getting hammered. Do you think streamers need to stream all days of the week to be successful? No. I mean, I got where I was today by streaming 3 days a week. It's actually violet gin, so it's flowers and apple. It tastes floral. And it's starting to hit me, I'm not gonna lie. What's your greatest drug moment? Sadly I don't remember. People have only told me about it. I've got some stories, man, but they're TOS. I've done some pretty wild things, not sexual things. I'm not really that much of a sexual person. It takes a long time, and it takes a lot of connection and familiarity for me to mate with someone, so I don't like go wild and have casual sex and start flashing or whatever. That's not the kind of drunk I am. But I do have some pretty fucking wild stories. I'll have to save them for my book because can't save them here, sadly. The thing is, like, my life has been so strange that I'm scared that people won't believe me. The thing is, here's the thing. I have a shit memory, so I cannot remember for fucking shit anything that did happen to me most of the time. So you really got, like, but it's frustrating because people don't know me. So they think I'm a compulsive liar. Some people, because I fell in a shit pit and I had like a really dark past. And believe me, you don't know most of it. It was darker than you think. And all of this stuff, and people are like, she's a compulsive liar. And it's like, well, no, because I can say this stuff again and again, and it's the same story. And that's hard to do just on a basic level because of my memory. There is no way I could have like a spider diagram and plan and organize a shit ton of lies. Chances are I can tell you the same story twice, it fucking happened. Because my memory is too shit to invent stuff. Like, I feel kind of flattered that people don't believe me because they think that I have the memory to lie and construct stories. That's cool, I guess. But you're overestimating me by a lot. What's your accent? It flips and flops. All unknowns. It's just interesting. So, for me, accents are very, 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 very contagious. And I'm on a few forums for people with Tourette's syndrome, and apparently it's very common. So, I have all kinds of accents, and a lot of them are influenced by factors like alcohol and loud noise. Like, I'm gonna turn up the music all the way on my headset right now. And I'm gonna speak for like 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes, I'm gonna start speaking with them off, and you'll see the difference. I've noticed that loud noises change the way that I speak way more than anything else, like really audibly. I can't feel the difference, but I definitely hear it when I go into a quiet space. You sound like you're from LA now. Lol. Really? Has it happened already? Really? Am I like audibly different now? Yes. Wow. Yeah. So like you can hear the difference in my voice, right? I'm gonna take the headset off and completely mute the sound. And now I'm just gonna talk again. And I'm not very good at being self-aware, so I'm not exactly sure how much of a difference this is making in the moment, but can you hear it? Can you hear the difference? Yes, yes! Back to British. There you go. Loud sounds and having to contend with them makes me pronounce everything significantly differently. So I guess if someone met me in a club, they'd assume I was American. If they met me in a park or a woodland, they'd probably immediately see that I'm British. That's so weird. Yeah. Fluctuating accents are actually really common. I watched it, interestingly. So press 1 for butt fun. Press 2 if you've watched The Breakfast, watched the podcasts. Because if you have, you'll be familiar with a dude called Aniki. Aniki Jad. Handsome black dude, Tourette's syndrome. Yeah. The baby yes. Yeah, that's the guy. So, I noticed him fluctuate through accents so much while we were having the podcast. So much. I'm definitely not the only person who fluctuates. But we can do it again. Let's do the loud music thing again. So now we're back to being loud. I don't feel like this is loud enough for me to really feel the full effect. So I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Yeah? Yeah, awesome. Wow! Your voice gets higher. Well, I'm trying really hard to be heard over the music, and it's really weird because I know that you can still hear me, but I can't still hear me. So I use the, so in part it's just making sure that I can understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Can you do American accents? Not intentionally, I don't think. But I can definitely do them just passively by accent because of, you know, loudness. That's the easiest way for me to like fluctuate intentionally. So it's not intentionally, but it's the best way I can induce it like really, really easily. I can try a southern accent, but I have to turn down the music. I love me a tall glass of water. There you go. That's my southern accent. I have a few southern accents. Not all of them are deep. Cause like, I can do it like this, but I can also do it like this. Hey, come on. So, what kind of magic is this? I don't know. I catch accents really easily. So I watched Poldark, which is like this really Cornish, really Cornish, like TV drama. And I caught a Cornish accent so hard. He was like, "Oh, you got a brand new Cumberland Harvester, and I'll give you the key." Quite proper. I love me some pasties. So like, but the thing is, I live down south. I live in southern England, and here we sound like farmer folk, and we overpronounce our A's and we overpronounce our R's, but in a different way to the ways that Americans overpronounce their R's, if you know what I mean. But there are loads and loads of different accents in the UK. We're a tiny island. Like the Americas are huge. And I'm not surprised in the least there are loads of different accents. It's like fucking massive. But we have like a tiny little island and you move a few inches north and suddenly everyone sounds profoundly different. Like what takes you like, I don't know, like 100 miles to sound different takes us like 3. Like an Irish person compared to someone from Yorkshire, compared to someone from Liverpool, compared to someone from Scotland, compared to someone from Cornwall, compared to someone from Sussex. They all sound so uniquely, astoundingly different. Like one of the things I had to adjust to, because it was a bit of a pet peeve when I first moved down here to the south of England, was when people go, "Where's that to?" I was like, no, you can just say, "Where's that?" Like, it's completely inefficient to say, "Where is that to?" Like, what is with that unnecessary fucking to? Where's that to? I took the out of that. Where's that to? And it's not pasties. It's pasties. Like, there's a lot of A's. There is a lot of A's in Cornwall. What's with the unnecessary royal family? Let's not get into the royal family. I don't want to be all controversial like, well, press 1 if you're American. Press 3 if you're British. Oh. Wow, there are actually a fair few Brits. That's kind of cray. Most of the people who watch are American. It's cool to see that there are British people, because I would like to meet you someday. I don't actually have a lot of friends. I have a few, but not many. And I would love to make friends with people who are in the UK. Actually meet with you guys. That'd be so cool. We'll have to arrange that sometime. Apparently, mobility and stuff is going to be lifted. I heard, I don't know if this is true because I saw it on my phone like a few minutes before I started streaming, but apparently Boris is going to be lifting the lockdown by Monday. Have you heard that too? We're all gonna die. Yeah. I don't think it's smart, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's a bad idea. I think a lot of people are gonna die. But the thing is, it's hard being a leader, because he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. If he lifts the restrictions, then industries can continue, so fewer people suffer. The thing is, either way, people who are vulnerable are going to die. But the thing is, we also suffer food shortages, clothing shortages. Whether the pound drops, it's harder to get a job, etc. the longer the lockdown goes on. So beyond the scope of the people with low immunity, everyone else starts to suffer too. So it's really hard to weigh up what measures would be best for the greater good. And he's in a tough position I wouldn't want to be in. And this is the thing, like, a lot of people dehumanize our leaders. I'm not fond of Boris. He's not the person I would put in charge of the country, if I'm honest. But the thing is, I still empathize with him on a human level because he's our prime minister and he's going to get hated on virulently because every decision he makes impacts people's lives directly. So there's a lot of investment and hate and anger, but no matter what he does, there are going to be people who feel that way. So people are going to be insulting and angry and insult his body, his appearance, his everything. Just because of the position of power he's in. And there are no right answers because every decision he'll ever make will affect somebody profoundly. So I think one of the things I'd encourage you guys to do, and I think is really important, as a loving human being who understands what it means to be judged very harshly for things that other people wouldn't be judged so harshly for, I would say I may not agree with all of his decisions, and he may not be the person that I would have put in power, but I think it's very brave to be a prime minister, no matter who you are, no matter what party you're part of. Because people are going to be mean to you every day. People are going to hate you. People are going to wish you dead. People are going to make awful memes. People are going to be mean every single day, no matter what you decide. And the people who can bravely press on, no matter what people are saying about them, and do what they believe in, are strong. Because if you go on any Twitter, any Facebook, any social media, and look at the discussion about him, imagine you were him for a second, because it must be so fucking hard to read all that stuff. Because I know it's hard. Like, it's hard having Tourette's and people thinking that I fake my condition for content. That's hard. And seeing people have misconceptions about my condition and think I'm a manipulator just because I exist and I'm not hiding away. There are people who think I shouldn't stream because I say offensive things. But if I had to avoid offending people with my tics in order to be allowed to do anything, I wouldn't be allowed to do anything. I wouldn't even be allowed to leave the house. But I can't have that discussion with people. And so I see a lot of people hating on me and saying awful things about me all the time. And it's a tiny, tiny drop in the ocean compared to the people fighting in politics, the people who have control over our lives. So, regardless of what I think of him on a personal level, regardless of our differences, I admire anyone who can stand up to that and still do their job every single day, despite it all. And I think it's important as well to see the good in people, even if you disagree with them, because every single human being in the world knows something you don't. And it's a chance to connect and laugh. So, you know, you don't have to agree with everything about a person to love them, or to have a beautiful experience with them, or to see the good in them and learn from them. Stylus Viho, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. And Thomas Fisks, thanks for the 100 bits. And for the 1,000 bits. You've been very generous. And Grim Warlock, thanks for the £15 as well. You guys are amazing. Yeah, from my perspective, what alarms me the most about Boris is the way that he engages with women. Honestly, despite saying all of that and admiring his integrity in some areas, I would not be alone in a room with that guy, knowing the things that I do historically about his behavior around women. Regardless of what I think happened, I can only speculate and have no evidence, so I won't. But knowing what I do, knowing everything about his history, he is not the kind of person I would get drunk around. Just to be safe. You shouldn't get drunk around anyone. No, there are people I trust. Like, I've invited people to my home and gotten drunk around them, and they've been very safe, very kind, and not taken anything that hasn't been offered. I like, one of my things that makes a good friend for me, because I have a lot of male friends, and sometimes people have it, of both male and female, find it very, very difficult to be just friends with someone. So what I like and what makes a good friend to me is if they are male or attracted to women, like male or female, and they're attracted to women, and I can fall asleep in the same room as them. I can sit on the couch with them drunk, and they won't take what's not offered, because that's actually really rare. Most of my friends have made a move. So the people who don't make a move are the people I keep with me, the people I buy things for, the people I love deeply, look after, and keep close. They're the people that I mod, and the people that I hang out with, the people that I think of first when I have free time to spend with someone. It's a good test, because it's so fucking rare for me. Yeah. You say it's fucked up, but it's my normality. The great majority of my friends, if I get drunk with them, like, I remember things that they think I don't remember. So I will get helped into the back of a taxi, ass first. People think that they can be a bit more gropey when you're drunk because you're not going to remember. And they'll disguise it as helpfulness. That's really common. So what I do is I remember and I warn my friends. I'm like, by the way, this is the kind of guy that will help you into a taxi by feeling your ass. But I won't say it directly to them or challenge them. I'll just make sure everyone's safe. Because if you challenge someone directly, they just deny it. And that's how you deal with it. Because there's nothing you can do. You can't press charges. There's no evidence. So you just make sure that other women don't make the same mistake and you distance yourself. What's wrong with feeling your ass? Only with consent. And very few people have been given permission to do that. But yeah, I can count. So I've met hundreds and hundreds of people. And of the male friends I've ever had, I can count the people who haven't made a move within this many fingers. How do you get laid if you hate when someone makes a move? I'm cool with people making a move if they've read signals that I'm interested too. If they're just chancing it to see if I'm into them, that's not how you do it. You can see if someone's into you without making it sexual. Sexual stuff should always be with consent. So if you want to find out if someone's into you, you don't feel them up while they're trying to get into a taxi drunk. That's not how you do it. If you want to know how, from a female perspective. So, I have to be careful in case people are too forceful, and I have to be careful to get drunk around the right people and to be safe. That's a consideration I have to make, because if I make the wrong judgment, I could be murdered, or bad things could happen to me. And I've been taught that from a young age by the world. So, what I have to do is gauge where's a safe place to get drunk, who with, and people who try to find out if you're into them by trying to kiss you or feel you up are not good people, are not safe people. The best way, the socially acceptable way to find out if someone's into you and make a move is subtly. So you build into it. Like, share your food. If I take a bite of something, like a hamburger, and then I go, this is really good, would you like to try some? And they'll happily take a bite of it knowing that your spit's on it. That's a very good example. People you hate, you don't swap spit with. If I take a drink from a water bottle and I'm like, would you like some water? And they'll drink from it too, it's an indication that they're fond of you or like you or are good friends with you. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll fuck you, but you've gotten one step closer to understanding how much they like you, because you don't do that with people you hate. There's a certain level of disgust with spit from someone you don't like. So, yeah, don't feel people's ass, share food. That's a good indicator, a good step. But that doesn't mean you can go from like, you'll drink from the same water bottle, so I will feel your ass now. Don't do that, that's bad. That's a lawsuit in the making. Next step, so sit real close to someone. Personal space. You're much more comfortable with someone being in your personal space if you're into them. Because when you're aroused, disgust levels lessen. So even if you're not really a touchy-feely person, around the people that you're into, you will be far more fond of contact with them than anyone else. So with that in mind, being close to someone, giving them a pat on the lap, that sort of thing. See if they reciprocate. So don't be too much with it. Don't be like full on like touchy-feely and see if they're into it. Be subtle with it. If I were to be subtle with someone to find out how much they're good with me being physically touching them and stuff, well, I can't. See, I have the misfortune of having Tourette's syndrome. So I will touch people anyway. The only friends that stick around are the people cool with me, patting them on the head, wobbling them by the nose. Like, I grab people that I'm friends with by the nose and just wibble them side to side like this. So, and that is a tick. Like, when I'm fond of people, that's a sign that I'm fond of you. I'll grab your nose and go. Yeah. So luckily, just my passive ability is, in order for people to be my friend, they have to be cool with me touching them. But for people who are in general, like, all I can speak from is experience. So I've had friends who've sat right next to me, pressed against me on a huge sofa where there's lots of room. And I hated it, because I'm not into them. But if I'm into them and they sit close to me, I'm like, huh. And I feel flattered, because they want to be close to me. So how I deal with people who want to be close to me that I don't want to be close to is I get up and I make them a cup of tea, or I get them a drink, or I do something like go to the loo, and then when I come back, I sit away from them. So if they sit pressed up against me, I'm like, whoa. I don't go, get off me, because that's awkward. And I don't want to push them away because they're my friend. So what I do to be polite is I'll go to the loo, come back, sit away from them. And that way I've put distance between us without hurting their feelings. But I've made it clear subtly that I'm not enjoying or yearning for that level of proximity. If someone gets up, goes to the loo, and then sits right back pressed against you, chances are they like you, because they liked exactly where you are and how close they were. See what they voluntarily see what they volunteer. Taking notes, good. So, Bryce. She always sits very close to Bryce. I also sit very close to Popple and Ollie and quite a lot of people in my life. See, the thing with my friends is I'm very touchy-feely as a friend. I want to be close to people. I like being friendly with people. But this is why I'm very careful with my friends, because my close friends know that I'm not going to hit on them and that I'm not trying to sleep with them. They understand like my proximity and affection as friendship, because I make that clear. But with people that I don't know, especially men, the thing is, they're in a position where I'm a small female, so them shouting at me or going, "Get off me! Fuck off!" would reflect badly on them and people would rush to my defense. So I know there's a bias there, and I'm scared that men would be too scared to tell me to leave them alone. So only with my closest friends do I ever show my affection in a friendship way like that. So I'll sit close to Bryce and I'll sit close to other people. There are lots of people, like I went to San Diego and people saw who my friends were just by how close I'll sit to them, how much I'll pat them and touch them and stuff. I'm a touchy-feely friend. That said, I have a friend who is very, very not into human contact, and I love him. And if he allowed me, if he was comfortable with it, I'd sit pressed up against him and I'd pat him and I'd have lots of like physical contact ticks. But I always sit 2 feet away so I can't reach him and my ticks can't touch him and stuff, because he doesn't like hugs and he's not touchy-feely. So like I have this yearning to be friends with him in the way that I am with others, but I don't, out of respect for him. So yeah, that's easy enough to fulfill. But yeah, I'm very, very careful to only do that with people who understand what it means. But yeah, so that's the first indication. So like, they like you. They might not like you as a partner, but if they let you be close to them and they actively make an effort to be close to you physically, that's a good sign. Like, look for things that are reciprocated. So making a move shouldn't be you putting out feelers. It should be you two engaging with each other. So if you sit really close to someone, but when they choose where they sit, they don't sit close to you, you probably like them more than they like you. These are things that you can pick up with. It's a language. But the thing is, like, English is incredibly complicated. If you can understand English, body language should be relatively easy to pick up. It's simpler. Do you think people should think?
It's like Jake the dog's dating tiers in Adventure Time. The sharing food tier is nowhere near the groping tier.
Yes. The thing is, like, there's no one way to date people, and other people have different levels of boundary. Some people love sex, and I'm fine with them. And they're like, "Do you want sex?" And I'm like, "I'm really flattered that you offered, but nah." And good people are like, "Meh, okay." And they're still friends. Bad people are like, "If you won't fuck me, I don't like you. Because it's painful to be around you. I hate that." I like direct people though. Speak your intentions. The thing is, there are a lot of people who message me and DM me who are like, "Hi, I would love to be friends with you." And I'm like, "Aw, you sound really cool. I'd love to be friends with you too. But I don't even have time to respond to this, let alone develop a connection with you." And then there are other people who are like, "I have romantic intentions. Would you like to date?" And even though I don't want to date, and I'm like, nah, I am really grateful that you expressed your intentions, because this makes me turning you down much quicker. If you had tried to get close to me for a year before you expressed your intentions, I'd have wasted a year. So I'm really thankful for the people who are just like, "I want to meet you," even though I don't want to meet them. Be open about how you feel. It's not as risky as you think. really not. I am really, really blunt. So like, I have friends in the past that I've gone to and gone, I fancy you, but I don't want to fuck you because you're dysfunctional as fuck and you'd be bad for me. So I am going to say this. You're cute. You're attractive. I might have had a few wank fantasies about you, but we're not gonna get together because I don't want to be in a relationship with you. If you can handle me liking you but not wanting to fuck you, and we can hang out and be cool and be friends, I would like to lay that out on the table. And if I ever hit on you, please turn me down. No, that's not Bryce. Nope. Yeah, like I have actually said that shit though. Because I like being open. Saves me exposing it with Terrence instead. That is blunt as fuck. Yeah, but like sometimes you meet people and they're like sluts. Like not in a bad way, in a good way. Like they indulge their sexuality with anyone who will. And I am just like, I don't want to be a notch on the belt. I want to be like a life partner. So this isn't happening. As cute as you are. That sort of stuff. Yeah, so I'm just direct. All of my friends know exactly how I feel about them. And it's embarrassing at first, but where is the harm in people knowing? I think people like knowing where they stand. And I think like the friend that I said that to felt really complimented. They're like, really? You like me? And I was like, yeah, you're cute and you're fun and I love hanging out with you. But I would hate being your partner. And they're like, oh, that's such a shame. And I was like, yeah, it is. And they're like, well, thanks for telling me. I was like, yeah, you're welcome. I like to be transparent. We hang out sometimes. Cool as fuck. I love that people think of Bryce. Nah, this was a few years ago. Bryce is an awesome friend. But he's not like wank fantasy friend. But it's really cool. Like, why do you think of him first? That suggests that a lot more people in this chat find him hot than I do. He handsome boy. Aw, I bet he would love to hear that.
Hey
You should
Anita,
screenshot
just
that.
wanted to ask
and
if you
send it to
treated
him.
yourself in any way recently, like junk food or taking a relaxing bath, for example. Sending good vibes your way.
Thank you, Mike Vane. Here's the thing. I haven't. I have actually spent the last few days stressing and filling lists and too busy to take care of myself in any way, shape, or form. If I'm honest, I would like to. There's this really cool place that does food that I like. And I feel too guilty to buy it just for myself. Sometimes if a friend visits, I will buy it for the both of us, but it feels wrong to spend that much money just to spend it on myself. So, like when you cook a big meal and it seems like a lot of effort just for you, so you only really cook the meals you love when someone visits. Yeah, I'm kind of in that position right now. And because it's lockdown, I have no one to buy it for. But the thing is, the truth about therapy is that someone can tell you once, you know what, I think you should love yourself more. But if I said that to everyone in chat, will you instantly love yourself more? No! You just know you have something to work on. So going and seeing Dr. K highlighted some stuff I still have to work on. Stuff that a therapist a long time ago pointed out, and I didn't realize was still a problem. But that doesn't mean I've fixed it just because I know it. Because psychology isn't like a magic trick. When someone does a magic trick and you know how it's done, it takes all the magic out of it. It looks supernatural until you know the technique, right? And then after the technique, you stop being impressed and affected by it, right? But psychology isn't like that. It's not a magic trick. You can know how it works. And it still affects you in exactly the same way. It doesn't take the magic out of it. So you can go, yeah, I'm traumatized and I don't have very healthy friendships. And it won't stop you gravitating to exactly the wrong people. It won't change how you feel. Because you don't choose how you feel. Emotions are involuntary. And they supersede logic and are far more powerful than logic. So, unfortunately, as much as I know, I do need to take some time for myself. And I do need to see the value in doing things just because I like them. I'm not really in the position just yet, psychologically, to feel justified to do so. This is why therapy isn't just one session where you spend an hour with someone and they go, oh, these are all your issues, and you go, oh, okay, I'm fixed now. Usually it takes years. But yeah, I think it's cute that so many people think that Bryce is handsome. You should screenshot that and send it to Bryce. I think he's someone who'd appreciate a good compliment. Be nice to him. He's a good friend.
Please enjoy the foods. Anita.
Evu. Thank you so much for all of that money. Holy shit. I'm macerator. You guys are so generous. I'm still waiting for you to buy me food. I'm hungry. But, therapist, you said you're scared of feeders. I'm gonna rein that in as a friend so you don't think that I'm trying to fatten you up or that I'm into you. See, therapist is another guy who's like really lovely and a great friend. And I know I can trust him because he's not gonna hit on me. Like, one of my favorite things about people who are my friend right now is them not hitting on me. Is that bad? But that's why I like him. So, like, by the same vein, I don't want to buy you food in case you think I'm a feeder. Or that I'm trying to hit on you. That's just because you know I have standards. Let's go race Bryson, shower him with compliments. I know that he'll pretend to be really, like, unhappy with that and uncomfortable with it, but he'd secretly love it. Be like, no, stop. What are you doing? He wouldn't be like, thanks, I know. But he'd be thinking it. He wanks in the mirror. What is a raid? Sorry, I'm new. It's where you pillage the village. Burn it down, Charlie Brown. Who's Bryce? He's a friend of mine. See, like, the thing is, like, a lot of streamers... Oop, I just poured alcohol on my phone. Smart. It's cracked because I throw it around a lot. It's really cracked. I would show it to you, but I saw this clip. It's a very reflective phone. And I saw this clip once of this lady. I don't have any dildos behind my PC, but like she had dildos. She had like this big dildo just sat there off screen. She showed her phone and the reflection showed her favorite toy. So I don't show reflections just in case there's something here that I hadn't considered that you shouldn't see that has like my address on it or some shit. She played herself, literally. Oh, what's wrong with having a dildo? Nothing, but you really shouldn't show dildos on stream. I don't have any, not because I'm not sexual, but because I don't see the point in spending loads of money on something when you can just take care of yourself with your hands. Also, I don't really find, like, maybe this is too TMI. I think it's TMI. There are reasons why I wouldn't really find buying a dildo worthwhile, is all I'm gonna say. It's just not the most important kind of orgasm in my life. That's what I'm gonna say. I never had the phase of the electric toothbrush, but I'm it's so funny. Like, I can't imagine brushing your teeth with something that you used like that.
Hey Anita, do you suffer from OCD too? If yes, or if you did earlier in your life, can I ask you which obsessions or slash and compulsions you have or had? I have OCD myself, so I'm just curious. Enjoy the money.
Thank you so much for the 20. So much. And Kappa, I do have OCD, so I have an underdeveloped brain, so it has false pattern recognition. And much like pigeons, I'm superstitious, but I logic and reason out of it. So logically, I know that I switched everything off, unplugged everything, and the oven isn't on. I checked before I left the house. But there's a part of me that's fucking terrified that I didn't. And constantly wants me to check before I leave the house. And after I've left the house, even though I checked, I'm convinced that the house is burning down right now! There's a part of me that has magical thinking that thinks, like, if I fall on the next jump in this game, it means my mother's gonna die. And just, like, connects two things that are not related. Like, oh my god, if there's a red sky at night, if I look out the window and I see a red sky, it means my rabbits are gonna die of myxomatosis. And my brain will just tell me that and go, okay, that sounds legit. So I have magical thinking. But I know what it is, and therefore I ignore it and go, my brain is irrational. That is not connected. I have an overconnectivity in my brain of different neurons. It's attaching two different memories, two different things that are not actually legit connected and making them seem connected. I am fine. This is fine. And I'll have the feeling like the house is burning down. Like, I'll be the fine dog in that meme. Just like, this is fine. I'm not scared. But, like, I will go, this is unreasonable. This is not real. This is a delusion. And just move past it. Like, several times during this conversation with you, I've been convinced the house is about to fall down. And I'm about to be crushed to death. Like, some random thing is, like, someone's gonna bomb the country. Or World War III is gonna break out. Or earthquake. First earthquake in, like, 100 years or some shit's gonna happen and I'm gonna die. And it'll happen for a flash. And I'll go, but if I move the cup to the right, that won't happen. That's what OCD is, to an extent. It can be like magical thinking, where you think like, if I step on the cracks on the pavement, I'll break my mother's back. Fuck! But it's not real. So, because I logically understand the psychology, I don't let it impact my behavior and I let the worry pass. But it took a long time. I used to wash my hands repeatedly over and over again, terrified of germs. I used to wash my hands every time someone touched me. At uni, people were really offended by it. There was this guy who touched my hand, and I immediately went and washed it, and he was like, what the fuck? Why do you like me? So, yeah, I have OCD thoughts, but it's a part of Tourette's syndrome. It's very comorbid. Tourette's, OCD, and ADHD are really highly related, and usually you have lots of other diagnoses if you have Tourette's syndrome. So, yeah, I have OCD. but I ignore it and it doesn't impact my life anymore. It's just a feeling I have that's fleeting that I should manage. I aced that. That's the level I passed. So I've completed that level. It's good. I'm okay. Like, I have these thoughts and they just rush through my brain and they don't impact my behavior at all anymore. Tell us more about the superstitious pigeons. Well, you can Google that yourself. You can Google, are pigeons superstitious? And you will get lots of data about how they connect, how they have false pattern recognition. They connect things that aren't related, and they become superstitious and believe in lucky things. It's kind of cute. Carnifex, thank you so much for the 5-tier sub. That's my favorite kind of tyrannid. Don't tell anyone. I'm not a nerd, I swear. I loved Carnifexes. That was my favorite one. I made a modified Carnifex. I created special wings with Needite. That was fun. And they were all thin and veiny. I love Needite. Really love Needite. Should I be pouring myself another drink? I'm not sure. Breakfast. Do you think it's conceivable for a viewer to become genuine friends with a fairly big streamer? So I'm in two minds. If I'm completely open and transparent, whoa, get away! I'd say I'm scared to answer because the answer is yes. It is possible for that to happen. But I don't want to say that to people in chat because I know they can be obsessive and deluded. So the way that I became friends with the people that I have from my community is by seeing them interact with others, knowing that they're wholesome and nice, being curious and DMing them every now and again, meeting them in person at conventions and stuff, learning their name. There was some sort of memorable attribute about them that made me remember them, being memorable. And when I remembered them and their name, it was easy for me to think of them next time I was lonely and felt like playing with a few people in a game. So when I played with them and got to know them, their personality really clicked and I wanted to play with them again. But the main thing that I like is people who don't treat me like a streamer, who don't care about my view count, who I have a feeling will hang out with me no matter how well or not well I'm doing. And that's rare. You can tell clout chasers because they'll flirt, they'll fluff your ego, they'll never criticize you, they'll never disagree with you, they'll overkiss your ass, and then weirdly, coincidentally, after they've been on your stream a few times or been mentioned a few times or become a prominent part of your community because you've endorsed them, they suddenly start streaming. What do you know? At exactly the same time that you start ending your stream or whatever. So, oh my gosh, you raided me? What a surprise! Like, you can see when people are being that kind of person. Really, really see it. It's way more obvious than it looks. Yeah, so you can see clout chasers from a mile away, and I have good mods with good instincts, and they can see it long before I even do. So yeah. I like the kind of friends who don't try to please me, are just themselves, and are honest. I like direct and honest people, because it kind of feels weird when people over kiss my ass. I feel uncomfortable with it, in part because I don't see myself that way, but also because I worry that they're being manipulative. who are honest regardless of how it feels to receive that information are refreshing. Because if I have stuff to improve about myself, I want to hear it. And it makes the compliments sound more genuine. So I like people who are direct, even when it's hard to be. Because we're all considerate humans, and sometimes it's awkward just to criticize people. Like someone's like, I want to date you! And you're like, deep down, you're like, you smell weird. And you don't take care of yourself. And I don't think that I would enjoy being around you because you're kind of boring and we're not interested in the same stuff. And the thought of you touching me makes me sick. But you don't say that. What you say is, I'm just not looking for a relationship right now. Right? But I like the people who go, you smell weird. I'd never date you, but you're a great friend. Honesty is not appreciated. People are defensive. It's a risk. Because there are so many people who don't want to look at themselves, so they look at you instead. If you criticize them, they'd rather think, well, you're a bitch, than, oh, fuck. Everyone thinks I smell weird. That's a hard thing to come to terms with. Everyone at work has been keeping quiet about your body odor for months. No, it can't be that. I haven't embarrassed myself that many times. You're just a bitch. So because you risk that kind of interaction with your friends, you're polite, right? But brave or dumb people are just direct. You're not honest, you just have Tourette's syndrome. Nah. I try to be honest. I try to be the friend I'd want. King Billy Official, thank you so much for the gift subs, buddy. Can we have some mod love right now? Because I've just realized the time. Should we have 20 more minutes, guys? And then I'll go. Is that okay, mods? Is that okay? They're so patient with me. I have no concept of time. But you have to be patient with the people who aren't direct. Because they're not being indirect because they're cowards. They're being indirect as a form of love. They're being indirect because they don't want to hurt your feelings. But I try to say exactly what I mean. Because that's what I want. And I want the kind of friends who can appreciate that too. Honesty is a form of respect, but also so is dishonesty. Because sometimes you just don't want to hurt people. You just want to get on with them. So you don't want to be forced into a position where you have to insult them. I'm brutally honest with everybody. Be careful with that. Because sometimes brutally honest is just a way to self-indulge your shitty opinions. Some people are awful. So we had some expensive equipment. I was part of a rescue group that had some expensive equipment. And as a result, lots of people sought to borrow it because it costed thousands of pounds. And there was a guy who approached me who was like, hey, I want that stuff. Also, I'm sick of your group doing this shitty stuff because they should be doing what we're doing. And I think you're just too cowardly to do what we're doing. I was like, no, my group is not doing that because we don't have the expertise. Okay? We don't want to fuck up those situations. so we leave it to people who are qualified. Maybe we'll have a chance to fund qualifications in that area as we grow, but for now, no. Because, yeah, you can make a situation worse. And he's like, pfft. I was like, also, you are being very rude right now, whilst asking me to do something for you. Do you want to rethink that and be respectful? He's like, no, I should say what I want. I'm just blunt. I speak my mind. I was like, okay. Well, what that says to me is you have no sense of respect for others, and I don't know if we'll get this equipment back if I lend it to you, because you don't respect us. So, you've hurt my trust, and you won't be getting the shit. I'll be giving it to someone who can use it, be kind, and I know we'll give it back, because we use it too. Right? So, in those sorts of situations, him going, I'm just speaking my mind, was not helpful to him at all. It suggested things about him, which made me trust him less. Yeah? So, sometimes you can speak your mind. You have freedom of speech, but you're not free from your accountability. And sometimes certain behaviors are not because you're indirect or a liar or manipulator, it's because you care about how you make others feel. And that's an important attribute too. Some people are just rude and mean and I'm just being honest. But your honest self is also, like, fundamentally cruel, fucked up, and not okay. Sometimes we think things that are not okay. Sometimes you don't know how fucked up your thoughts are. And if you don't believe me, if you think I'm fine, I'm an accepting person, write down everything you just thought about yourself when you looked in the mirror. Because most of us are really brutal. We're like, you're fat. You look gross. Brush your hair. So like, you do think mean things. All of us do. You don't have to speak mean things. And you can see those feelings and those emotions as irrational and correct them before you say them. If you're the kind of person who speaks your mind but doesn't actually take the time to criticize and reshape your immediate thoughts when they're not positive, then you're just an asshole. You're sexy, by the way. Have you ever wanted to be in a relationship? Yes. I would like to be in a relationship one day. But I am waiting for people
Forgot
who
to put a message, happy days and happy vibes.
Thank you. I'm waiting for a human who is kind, respectful, and feels generally trustworthy. And it'll take me a long time to discern that. So far, I haven't met any friends who fit the criteria perfectly. So, it'll probably take me a few years of getting to know someone new.
I'm not drunk, Pepe laugh less than 3.
Me either, Macerator. Thank you for the tip. So I'm not in a rush. You still don't want kids? No, I don't want kids. I don't feel broody. I spent my life dedicated to my mom. I've had a brief window so far. Most of my life I lived with my mom, looking after her, and I didn't know that I would have a future outside taking care of her. For the first time, I'm actually building on my own needs and learning to look after myself and put myself first, which is something that's never happened before, and I'm still learning. As you saw in the Dr. K episode, that's never gonna finish happening if I immediately just queef out other people to take care of. I'm really relishing some time to take care of myself. And I'm not perfect at that yet. So if I just add more responsibilities and other people to focus on, I'll never get a chance to learn. So right now I don't feel very broody. My baby died. Thank you, Juggernaut Irony. I saw your question. I appreciate that. J-Rob, thanks for the resub. We're on a voyage of self-discovery. And your kind of words are making journeys much smoother. That's awesome. That's exactly what I want. Hmm? I'm 30 this year. But my
Wholesome
ears.
stream.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You want to see my ears? People don't see my ears very often. That's my ears. They're really small. They're kind of red because they've been in here. But I do have ears. I also have like this stupid little tuft. Is that normal? Is it normal to have hair there? Should I shave that? I don't know. Seems weird. Completely normal. Oh, good. It's funny. I find it so hard to grow hair. I have like bald patches and stuff because my hair is falling out. I have an overproduction of prolactin. It's a hormone. It has lots of side effects. We don't know why yet. But like, so I'm really careful about the way that I do my hair and stuff, and I use the headset to cover it a little bit so people don't see my ears very much. But like, I don't know how to feel about my ears. I never really think about them. Do you think about your ears? Do you think about whether or not they're good ears or bad ears? I don't know what makes a good ear. What makes a good ear? I'd say it's a good ear. Well, thank you. I don't know. I like my ears, but I have psoriasis and can get very self-conscious about them. I didn't know that about you, therapist. I know all about psoriasis. I had a girlfriend with it. Thank you, Zesty Shade. How well can you hear determines if it's a good ear. Well, I can hear really well. I can still hear bats. So in our childhood, we're more likely to be able to hear bats making sonar sounds. I guess it just stayed small because I can still hear bats. I still know about them long before I spot them. Sounds like a bicycle bell. It's like a hri 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 hri. They go back and forth. They go along a pathway over and over again. They go, and you can hear them, and they go, and it feels like a smack on your eardrum. It's a very quiet sound, but it hits you. So it's like really, really quiet, but it feels loud. Like you can feel the sensation of it more than you can hear the sound itself, but it sounds like a distant bicycle bell. Let me go forward. Let me go back and then. So I hear bats, and I went to this bat tour where they give you a device that slows down their calls so you can hear them. And there's a kind of bat that evolved their ability to do sonar and then lost their ability because it wasn't relevant anymore, and then regained it, re-evolved it millions of years later because they needed it again. So I guess their prey changed. And so their call is different from every other species, and it sounds like ghostly DJ scratching. They're like, whereas everyone else is like different. But I can actually hear it, and in the moment it doesn't sound anything like a ghostly DJ scratch, but it does when you slow it down. So in the same way that, like, if you had to slow down my voice to hear me, it would sound really slow and like this. When people slow down bat song, it's nothing like what you can hear in reality with the tap 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 in your ear. So like, I think it's cool that they do the bat tour and they slow it down so people can hear it, but they're not really hearing them. They're hearing a rendition of them, and the real sound is pretty cool. You talked about your chin being uneven before, and it was like a week ago, and I realized that my chin is also uneven. It took 29 years to notice it. Uneven chin gang. Moogle meat bun. Yes, I have an uneven chin, and I am also 29. We're soulmates. I didn't mean that. Please don't stop me. Yeah, my chin's really uneven. I don't know how much you can see it, but my chin's like this. Because I punch it on this side so much. As a tick. I don't really care that my chin is uneven, it's just part of my story. I've lived with Tourette's for a long time, and it's changed my bones. And that's okay with me. I don't really care. I'm hoping to, like, attractiveness and appearance is only really relevant when attracting a mate. I'm kind of hoping for someone who doesn't care how I look, because how I look will change. I will get old. I'm kind of looking for someone like me, who is gonna be, because I can be attracted to someone based purely on connection, which means that everything else doesn't matter. And that means that I will get more attracted to someone even as they age. The longer I've been with someone, the more attracted to them I am. So I'm hoping that I meet someone who feels the same way, because yeah, being attracted to people physically is gonna be a problem when you're 90 and your partner is 90. Unless you're rich. Nah, most of my partners have not been in a good financial position at all. Money does not mean anything to me. I think that's an unfair stereotype of women. And I think rich people develop that idea of women because the only women they ever meet are people that have to be paid to tolerate them. If you think women only like money, it's because you're so unbearable that only people who are attracted to what you can give them will hang around. That's not the same thing. You have a bias because you're intolerable. It's like rappers who say that women are all hoes and that women all are only attracted to money. It's like, no, you're just unbearable.
You're
And the only
wonderful,
people who
Anita.
will spend
Stay
time with you
strong
are the
during
ones that want your money.
quarantine.
Because decent people don't like you. And that's the difference. Yeah. If you get the stereotype that women only want you for your money, it's probably because that's the only thing you have to offer. Because most of the people I've ever dated have not had much money. Rafa, thank you so much for the tip. Pacifier, thanks for gifting that sub. Speaking the truth, I love it. What the fuck? That was mind-boggling. Was it? Was it really? I thought it was painfully obvious. Basically, all statements that begin with all women are or all men are bullshit. See, I could like football. I'll still be a woman. I could be a dude who likes sewing. I'll still be a dude. The fact of the matter is, we're diverse. Really diverse. There is no generic man or woman or even human. So, if you keep attracting a certain kind of human, it's not because we're all like it. It's because you're attracting a certain kind of human. But that scares me because they say your vibe attracts your tribe, but I keep attracting mean men, and I don't know why. And very forward women. Mean men and incredibly forward women. You always look rough. Thanks, man. Here we are, at midnight. Said I'd go at this time. I really appreciate you hanging out. Oh my god. Lots of you DM'd me on Discord. Everyone's asking me to raid Bryce. Is he still streaming? Oh my god, a lot of you whispered me too. Let's see. Hello Anita, I'm British and I would like to be your friend. Hi. There are a lot of whispers. And they're very long. Oh no. I'm French and not very good with English. I just wanted to tell you, very beautiful woman physically. I love the way you be thinking, and I don't think we can chat together. You surely have a lot of requests, but I try. Smiley face. Lots of kisses, and have great day. Aww. I get a lot of messages like that. It's really sweet. I wish I had enough time to respond to them. Lots of people asking to be unbanned. So far, we have unbanned quite a few people. Every single one of them with out failure, no matter how long it's been. It could be a year, and they could be like, hey, I've grown as a person, can I be unbanned? We unban them, and they immediately do the same shitty stuff. So we don't unban people now, I'm sorry. Get one chance to be a decent person and respect humans. That's not true. Who have we kept? I won't read it out, but go ahead and put it in chat. Like, as far as I know, all the people that have asked me, they've been like, Anita, your mods are being white knights. Unban me. And we unban them and they do the same shit. Like, I don't know why I was unbanned. I've never even commented. And then you look at what they've said and see Benny or some shit, and it's like the most horrific, the most horrific, racist, awful bullshit you've ever seen. Or like someone's like, oh my god, I'm wanking right now, show boobs, I'm virgin, and they're like, I don't know, I was banned. I was so wholesome. Tell Fish Paste you're not gonna suck her dick, cause she's trying too hard, and she banned me. And she's mean. I mean, it's like, I'm pretty sure Fishface knows I'm not gonna suck her dick, and she still wrecks your ass anyway, so behave yourselves. They're like, Anita, please. There are loads of approved ban appeals. And I was like, okay, yeah, I appreciate that. But most of the ones that DM me, okay, most of the ones that tell on you, they go, your mod, his name is like Brandinho, and he's like just an obsessed white knight cuck. Because, like, I didn't even say anything racist, okay? I just spoke the truth, okay? And he's, like, snowflakey, but I know you're reasonable, Anita. So could you, like, unban me? Because I'm, like, 15, and my mom's really worried about me. Because, like, I'm so stressed right now. And, like, it's because I'm been banned from your chat. It means like so much to me. So could you like unban me? Yeah. Like, my mods do an amazing job. They deal with some shit, man, and they keep coming back, and I don't know why, but I really appreciate it. We could try some acting if you like. I've never tried to act. But I don't know if I can actually act. I've never tried. Yeah, they go overtime most of the time. They never know how long they're gonna be dealing with your shit. And yet they still deal with your shit. They're amazing. Wait, what day is it? It's not Saturday, is it? No. Good. You want us to kid act? I don't know. It's hard because like when I'm not focusing, I tick. I guess I'd have to be really invested in my lines, otherwise I wouldn't be able to say them. Oh shit, can you see this dark line? Can you see that? Just look to my reflection. That is pure tiredness right there. That line, it's not even a black eye or anything. I'm just tired as fuck. It's Friday now.
Hi Anita, you're great. But, I wanted to send some love to the lurkers in chat. You guys are the real ballers. Less than carrot greater than.
Thank you so much for lurking. Yeah, I'm cool with lurkers. Some streamers are not. They're like, you better be commenting or you're not worth shit. I'm like, no. If you care about what I have to say, that's awesome. I don't even put that much importance on what I say. I can listen to me for hours, so thank you. I get to look after my mom and animals and plan an actual future pog because you sit here and listen. So thank you. It's rare that people with disabilities get to be in this position where they're taken seriously and people care about them and shit. So I feel like 1 in a million right now, and it's because of you, regardless of whether you comment a lot and spam shit or because you still live with your mom, or because you sit there and watch and don't even talk to me. You don't have to. Just the fact that you followed, just the fact that you view is really amazing to me. So thank you. I don't take it for granted. I swear. Bert Baccarat, thank you so much for the 10,000 bits. Hello from Los Angeles. That's a pretty huge hello. Thank you. More whiny band clown, please. Scotty Mo. Okay, let's see if I can actually raid Bryce. Because there's a lot of demand for that.
Hello? Boise. Wow. Wow. Tell him I'm sorry I turned him down. Charlie Brown.
Tell him about the garlic bread, okay? DJ Amber. Oh my god, I just realized I'm a lurker. Not anymore. Bitch.
Ma. Mama.
Can I piss on you? See you tomorrow for hangover stream. Well, funnily enough, I'll be hanging out with Paula and Amber. I still don't know what I'm gonna do with her yet. But I'm sure we'll have lots of fun. She seems like a really cool person. Be nice to him. He's a decent person.
Kill him.
Kill him with fire. I might DM him. Let's see how he responds. See if he checks his phone.